Same thing in different regions. We have science park. We have science park there. Locate there. The main person who connect with all other international and domestic partners. And to the point where we talk about impact of science parks, I think since science parks mainly in Thailand were developed by the government by the support public sector. The main focus of science park is to build economic growth of the country. So I think it's very common for other countries, revenue generation, GDP contribution, attract more investment to the country. And also we try to balance the job creation, but just not only skill jobs, but also knowledge workers into the system. And we also believe that science park locate in different regions in Thailand. We can see more and more innovation contribution to the local economy. And last but not least, we strongly believe that in order to have science park, we cannot leave the community behind. We have to make sure that social development should be hold hand with science park help strengthen the standard of living for the people. And thanks to our colleagues, they supported me some numbers. Their impacts from the Thailand Science Park to be the next host of our ASPA conference. They showed some figures from 2023 that they have generated the incomes at about $5 million last year. They can call investment domestically and internationally for $66.4 million, and that can contribute to $94.9 million for the country. And on the other hand, for those university science parks who are still very young, at their early stage, they have also collected economic impact, knowledge impact, and social impact, which contribute total $61.79 million in the past 4 years. From their operation. Since the science different models, but we believe that we are all one hand work as a team to help strengthen the economy of Thailand. And I think that at the domestic level, Thailand cannot be competitive alone. So we try to build this collaboration across the region. We have some Vietnamese friend here, and we also believe that in other countries like our friends from mainland China, Chinese Taipei, Japan, Korea, and also other countries that are already been in this business for a very long time would also help the emerging economies to strengthen their development with science and technology park as well. So I think at the end of the day, we are looking for global competitiveness, not only at the national level. And last but not least, I believe that as running a science park, there are so many challenges we have to overcome. First of all, the first investment would be from the government, but how do you sustain yourself financially? That's also the question, because I think many science parks are working on building up their business models to generate revenue, and how you retain your talents, right? And to balance between economic impact and also social impact, but don't forget about environmental impact, which is right now a global crisis for the whole world. And I think we still propose the future collaboration between members of Asian Science Park Association to work on new emerging trends, digital transformation for our nation, global collaboration, and how we work to put science park in the map where we get closer to urban cities and handle the new sectors. I think we have heard about ESG, right? Environmental, social, and governance. But that's not enough. We have to think about the world in the future where we don't live well, but we will see the issues of longevity. People are getting older, but they longer lifespan. How do we prepare the country, prepare the world for that? Would be my last proposal for all of you here to build science park to handle that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move into a panel discussion to explore this topic further. To guide us through this, we are honored to have Dr. Batok Dorjgoto as our moderator. He is the chairman of governing board of Science Park of India. Dr. Dorjgoto development from University, Taiwan, and has over 20 years of scientist and official, which focuses on socioeconomic geography. The science of his, the strategic research and development policies. He has director in research institutes and ministries and has published over 80 publications and policy documents. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dorjgoto to lead. Now I'm pleased to also introduce our esteemed panelists, Dr. Amersana Bak, Director of ASPA Administration of Mongolia, Dr. Sarang, Consultant to the Minister of Development, Innovation and Communication, V. Sak, Director of Thai Business, Dr. Herbert Hongo Chen, Vice President of TUS Holdings, Colted, and Deputy Director of Tsinghua University Science Park.
Thank you. Technique. Is it working? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So now our first plenary session just beginning. So name of the section is the role and impact of science and technology parks in regional development. You know, the government announced that 2024 is the regional. Is it working? No. No, not working. It will be changed, but trying to. As you know, Mongolian government announced that 2024 is the regional development year in Mongolia, and our parliament just approved the regional development policy in this year. So today now we are talking about how science park development affect into the regional development in the level of national and international. And also we would like to talk and discuss about what is the role of science park to the regional development. So my questions will be relating to the these meanings. And okay, then my first question going to the Dr. Herbert Ching. You know, many of us well know about TUS Park. It's a very good example for science park development in Asia and also in regional area. And TUS Park has become the global benchmark for science and technology parks. So based on your international experience, what are the key success factors that have enabled TUS Park to contribute to regional development both within China and globally? Please share your experience with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the moderator. Yes, you're right. Tsinghua University Science Park started this project on 1994. So this year is exactly 30 years anniversary. And also it's in August. So I'm so happy to go through this whole process from the idea of the science park. At that time, nobody understand what is a science park. Until now, we already finished how to hold the production of buildings and also set up the comprehensive service system. If you ask me how does TUS Park make this a successful story, I would like to share a few points. The first one, we have to answer why we need a science park. Because if you go back 30 years ago, the Tsinghua University have initiative to transfer the technology. There are so many papers, research results published in the magazines, and not just in the magazines. We need to transfer this technology to the real product in commercializations. And this is a huge demand from the university, number one demand. Number two from the university is that we have the surrounding area of the university is not that good. The building is too old. The environment is not good. So the university want to change this total environment. I think that is initially ideas. My point is, when you want to start an effective science park, as my presentation said before, you have to clearly understand why you need this science park. Not because the other people have science park, you want to build another one. You have to understand your local demands. This is the number one reason. Number two, I think the team is very important. When you organize the team, 7 people, we start with 7 people. These 7 people come to this position. It's not because they want to get a good job, not only because they want the salary, but also all of them, I can say, is want to do something. Because if they want to find a good job, there are many other choices. But at that time, nobody understands what is a science park, how to build a science park, how to operate a science park. So many questions facing us. So you want to take this position, then you are the people who want to make change, do something. Okay. So this is the second point. The third point is that not only work hard, but you have to think very hard. Because the science park is the general name, but for different countries, different regions, then you have different content, different way of doing the science park. So for the management team, they are not only work very hard every day, but they have to learn from others. We travel a lot at the very beginning. We go United States, we go Cambridge, we go Taiwan for the Hsinchu Science Park. We learn a lot from them. We join the associations. We join the ASPA. We join the ASP. We learn from our partners from all over the world. So work hard, think hard, learn from others, join the networkers. I think those are all contribute for the successful of today's TUS Park.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you also, consulting director of the International Association of the Science Parks. Following answer, I would like to ask you, what are the key success factors? No, I mean, what trends do you see that shaping the future of science and technology park in worldwide? Because you are
already 65 years. If we think the Research Triangle Park is the first one, now it's 65 years. The name remains the same, but the content keep changing, okay? The way of the service supporting is also keep changing. So if you ask me what will be the challenge for the science park, I think most of the managers here will answer the top question is how can you survive by yourself before you help others, okay? You want to help others successful, but how can you make your balance? How can you generate your income, right? This is I think the number one challenge. Number two challenge is that you want to help the startups, right? But startup is going very quickly now. Yep. New business models, new technologies, everything is new. But how the science park management team can catch up? You have to go ahead of them. Then you can help them, right? But if you cannot just follow. So they gave the management team a very high request. You have to learn, you have to think, you have to not only meet the requirement, but also successfully meet the requirement. So this is the challenge number two. You want me to say about the future of science park? Yeah.
If possible, briefly.
Yeah. For the future science park, there will be no borders, okay? There will be no borders. And your tenants will come all over the world. The science park and the city will move together. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cheng. And my second question is going to the Mr. Jadamba Tagaugung. You know, he's an advisor to the Ministry of Digital Development and Innovation and Communication. I think you have been worked extensively with both in public and private sector, including tech companies in Mongolia. So my question is, how do you see the role of public-private partnership in the success of science?
Okay.
Science and technology parks, or I should say science and technology sector.
Okay. Thank you. Very good question. It's good morning, all members of ASPA. Okay, I think they may be pleased. They should be use the translate tools because I will be speak Mongolian because this government world or something is very special, and I think they maybe should be speaking Mongolian. Please. За иш өгчөө орчуулгын төхөөрөмж хоёрыг
Тэнд хоёр байна. Ширээн дээр хоёр биш.
Ширээн дээр хоёр биш. За бас нөгөө хувийнхаа байр суурийг биш яамны байр суурь илэрхийлэх учраас монголоор протоколын дагуу явах нь зүг байх гэж бодоод монголоор явчих гэж бодож байна. За тэгээд та бүхэндээ дахин өглөөний мэнд хүргэе. За тэгээд ASPA-гийн нийт гишүүдэд болон зочдод бас өглөөний мэнд хүргье. Тэгээд түрүүн сайд болон холбогдох хүмүүс маань ирээд зохих түвшнийхаа шинжилгээнүүдийг дэвшүүлсэн баг. Тэгээд миний хувьд бас энэ салбарт өмнө нь 2012-оос 16 онд агентлагийн дараагаар ажиллаж ирсэн. За өнөөдрийн яам гэсэн үг. Тэгээд энэ үед бас энэ мэдээллийн технологийн үндэсний паркийн өнөөдрийн төвшөнд хүрэхээс өмнөх шатны бас нэг нэлээх хөрөнгө оруулалтуудыг шийдэж хамтран ажиллаж энэ чиглэлд бол анхаарал хандуулж ажиллаж ирсэн хүний үед энэ удаагийн арга хэмжээнд болоо цаашдын үйл ажиллагаанд бол онцгой ажил бүтэл өгч ажиллаж байгаагаа энэ ташрамд илэрхийлье. Тэгээ нэг зүйл байгаа. Тэрний өгөхөр төр хувийн хамтын ажиллагаа гэдэг энэ сэдв бол Монгол Улсын хэмжээнд бол засгийн газрын үе үеийн засгийн газрын төвшөнд яригддаг сэдв боловч амьдрал дээр яг зарим салбарууд бол орхитод байдаг. Тэр дундаа мэдээллийн технологийн салбарын хувьд бол энэ төр хувийн хамтын ажиллагааны түншлэлийн асуудал бол 2012 оноос хойш нэлээд эрчимтэй эхэлсэн. Тухайн үед бол бид энэ Монголын програм хангамж үйлдвэрлэгчдийн анх дахь чуулганаас эхлээд мэдээллийн технологийн үндэсний паркийг суурилсан том төслүүдийг бол эхлүүлж ирсэн түүхтэй. Тэгэхээр энэ удаагийн засгийн газрын онцлог нэг зүйл нь юу байгаа гэхээр 3 нам хамтарсан Монголын хамгийн анхны 3 нам хамтарсан засгийн газар бүрдэж байгаа. Тэгэхээр Монгол улс түүхэндээ хамтарсан үедээ дандаа том төслүүдийг хөтлөгдөг буюу үндэсний хэмжээний том стратегийн төслүүд явж идэг. Тэгэхээр энийг би юу гэж бол харах гэдэг вэ гэхээр магадгүй мэдээллийн технологийн үндэсний паркийн хувьд тэр дундаа мэдээллийн технологийн салбарын хувьд нэг юм их тийм аятайхан цонх үе гарч ирүүдээ гэж харж байна. Тэгэхээр энэ үед бид нар ийм ойлголцлоо сайн нэгтгэж эндээс гарч ирж байгаа бас олон улсын туршлагуудыг сайн нэгтгэж аваад цаашлаад яамнаар бид нар бодлогын төвшөнд бол энэ төр үеийн хамтын ажиллагааны хүрээнд бид технологийн паркийг жинхэнэ утгаар нь хөгжүүлэхийн тулд бодлогын ямар баримтчүүд өгүүлэгдэж байгаа юм бэ гэдгийг л эхний ээлжинд гарах хэрэгтэй болчихдог. Хоёрдугаар асуудал олон улс талаас бид нар одоо ингээд бүс нутгийн нэг онцлог байдаг. Бид нар одоо knowledge sharing гэж аягүй их ярьдаг. Хүний нөөцийн асуудал байна. За тэгээ энэ нөгөө нэг өөрт байгаа боломжуудыг бусад технологийн паркуудтай шеэрлэх. За тэднээс бас бид нар туршлага судалж оруулж ирэх. За цаашлаад хамтарсан бүтээгдэхүүн хийх хүртэл энэ түвшний одоо стратегийн том түншлүүдийг эхлүүлэх ёстой юм билээ л дээ. Тэгэхээр энэ ажлууд дээр бол одоо төрийн зүгээс буюу яамны зүгээс бид нар бол бодлогын төвшөнд би өөрийнхөө хувийн зүгтч тэр өнөөдөр барьж байгаа бодлогын төвшөнд бол ингэж гаргаж ирнэ гэж. За шинэ сайдын тухайд бол нэг том стратегийн зорилт тавьж өгч байгаа. Тэр нь юу вэ гэхээр Монгол Улсын засгийн газар төр өөрөө програм бичигч байх юм уу? Төр өөрөө мэдээллийн технологийн салбарыг байнга хийгээд байх юм уу гэж энэ асуултанд хариулж байгаа. Тэрний юу гэхээр үгүй бид эсэргээрээ хувийн хвшлээ буюу би энэ компаниудаа эсрэг дэмжих хэрэгтэй юм байна. Төр програм бичих ёсгүй юм байна. Бид чадaltaй сайн компаниудыг энэ шинжлэх ухааны паркууд дээр боожуулах хэрэгтэй юм байна. Цаашлаад эдрээсээ гарч ирж байгаа бүтээгдэхүүнүүдийг олон улсад гаргах хэрэгтэй юм байна. Гуравдугаарт хувийн хвшлийг илүү их дэмжих хэрэгтэй байна гэдэг энэ зорилгыг бол одоо яамны шинэ удирдлага за дээрэс нь одоо юу гэдэг хамтарсан засгийн газрын мөрийн хөтөлбөрийн бодлогод бол нэлээд босгож өгч явж байгаа. Ер нь бол бид нар юу гэдэг хүчирхэг төрийн тухай ойлголт биш. Хүчирхэг эдийн засгийн тухай ярих хэрэгтэй. Хүчирхэг хувийн хвшил бизнесийн тухай ярих хэрэгтэй. Тэгэхээр мэдээллийн технологийн салбарын гол түлхүүр суур болж өгч байгаа буюу эднийг дэлхийн зах зээл дээр гаргахад хамгийн том хүчин нөлөө үзүүлж байгаа зүйл өөрөө энэ парк байна. Мэдээллийн технологийн үндэсний парк. Та бүхэн одоо сайн сандаг бол бид нэр 2013 онд мэдээллийн технологийн үндэсний паркийг түүхэнд анх удаа том засварын шинжилгүүд хийгээд тэгээ Монголд толгой Silicon House гэж нэрлэжсэн түүхтэй. Тэгээ тэрнээс хойш өнгөрсөн хугацаанд олон төслүүд үе шатаа хэрэгжүүлээд явж байгаа. Тэгэхээр эх жилээс эхлээд бид энэ мэдээллийн технологийн үндэсний парк дээр дахиад нэг дахин шинжилгүүдийг хийх ёстой болчиход байгаа нь одоо энэ аж үйлдвэрийн 4-р хувьсгал эхэлж чинь тийм дуусаад 5-р хувьсгалын асуудал яригдж байгаа энэ үед энэ паркийн үүргээр олцыг бид өшөөх нэмэгдүүлэх ёстой юм гэж. Тэгээ хамгийн сүүлд нийц төгсгөл нэг чухал зүйл байгаа нь бид нар энэ мэдээлэл технологийн үндэсний паркийг Монгол улсын хэмжээнд ярьж байгаа шүү. Зүгээр нэг юм стартап боожуулаад тэндээ нэг төрөөс төлдөг хэмжээний байгууллагын түвшинд авч хараад байгаа нь дээрэс нь энэ компаниуд хурж ирээд энэ хямдхан байранд ороод бүтээгдэхүүнээ хийгээл ингэдэг энгийн түвшинд хараад байгаа нь өөрөө их тийм одоо юу гэдэг ойлголтын зөрүүгээс гадна өнөөдрийг хүртэл явж ир самын том алдаа болчиход байгаа юм л. Тэгэхээр энийг бид нар бүр цогц бодлогоор нь бүтэн шинжлэх цаг нь бол одоо болчихсон гэдгийг энэ төвшөнд хэлхийг хүсэж байгаа. Тэгэхээр одоо яамны цааштаад барих бодлого бидний энд одоо засагдж байх хугацааны бодлого дээр бол мэдээллийн технологийн үндэсний парк дээр бол төр хувийн хвшлийн хамтын ажиллагааны хамгийн том цогц төслүүд эхлэх болно гэдгийг л энэ төвшөнд хэлхийг хүсэж байна. Тэгээд эцэст нь бас Монгол улсыг зорин ирж одоо энэ хүн арга хэмжээнд оролцож байгаа та бүхэндээ дахин баярлж байгаа илэрхийлье. Тэгээд цаг зав гарах юм бол бас өшөө Монгол улсын сайхан газруудаа бас танилцаарай. Хамгийн төгсгөлд нь юу вэ гэхээр өөрсдөөсөө гаргаж ирж байгаа шинэ технологи болоод Монгол улсууд хэрэгжүүлж болох төслүүд дээр яамны үүд хаалга та бүхэнд байнга нээлттэй байх болно. Тэгээд манай парк дээр илүү их түшиглэж хамтарч ажиллаарай гэж бас энэ дэвшүүд хэлхийг хүсэж байна.
Next question is going to the Dr. Ambarsana. You are the member of the working group for the new law for science and technology park. So my question is, what is the main concept of these new regulations for new science technology park law? you will share this?
Okay, thank you, moderator. So, about the Mongolian sites like science and technology parks, we have to going to apply the new approach, draft to the parliament as a science and technology parks law, but it's going to under the preparation. So, and this legislation, why we have to apply that? Because the current laws, this current Mongolian laws cannot cover all about the science and technology parks managing, and also strategies cannot be served fully. Therefore, the science and technology parks also can be demanded, but for both domestic and foreign investors. And that's why this new legislation concept is more focused on just how there is this investors can be belief, or how could they given a belief and support their investment. Because of this investment, there is a need more sustainability, and therefore also this for the foreign side, also even the domestic side, they are preparing for that, mainly supportive, sustainable laws. Another case is also for the startups. Mongolia's Science and Technology Park is the new thing. Is like startup managing is also we are also new on that. In this case, also the startups, how they survive in this ecosystem. Innovation ecosystem is a really long period of the processes. There is a need to kind of the technology transfer mechanisms, and also there is investments. Also there is a lot of new creating the new technologies, new ideas. And therefore, how do we share, or how to connect the framework between academia, industry, and the government? Even though there is a most important thing is, of course, the talented people in talents. And this talent people also needs a kind of the supportive documents, like kind of regulation, need to be the more supportive, and also sustainability to more focus in this. They are working capabilities to show their investors. In this case, the stakeholders also believe, and all together in the one platform, on the one can be connected, like more reliable to the sharing their all working environment. In this case, this new legislation draft mainly also focusing this how to bring up the science and technology results to be the innovative products. There is one kind of the thing is more investments. This investment policies focusing more on that. It's a freely to open like private sector and public sector, and also this together with both. They can also can be the sharing. Public and private also they could combine together with go to the invest to the science and technology parks. In this cases, also they have more power or like more belief on this supportive system.
Okay, thank you. Next question is going to the Ms. Watchering. With your experience in bridging academy and industry in southern Thailand, what specific initiatives have you implemented that significantly contribute to the science park development and regional development?
All right, thank you so much for the question. On behalf of the Thai ASPA, which is the National Association of Science and Technology Parks in Thailand, we think that the community building is one of the most important to strengthen science park community, because as Dr. Herbert Chen mentioned, if you know someone is running science park and you visit them, it doesn't mean you understand the engine and the philosophy behind that science park, right? There's an old saying, when you see a science park, you see a science park. You don't understand really what it happened inside, what is going beyond the nice building, what's going beyond the labs and offices. But what we do is that we try to connect a strong community among our peers in Thailand and try to connect it with the world. So one of the challenge that we are trying to help and strengthen our community is how to connect it with the global network. So one of the things is that we, our members are reaching out to international friends in the global level to make sure that we have this kind of exchange of dialogue between countries. And one of the things that we have done through this global collaboration schemes is we conducted what we call co-incubation and co-acceleration program, which means if you are familiar with the student exchange, you have universities, right? And you have students, and you exchange students among each other. So we do the same, but with Science Park to Science Park, we exchange startups and innovative companies among each other so that our clients can explore opportunities around the world for business expansion, for business partnership. So that is one of the scheme that we have introduced. We have worked that with our friends in Shanghai, our friends in Korea, and also upcoming one in Laos, and also we are looking forward to work with our friends in Vietnam. We have discussed it last time. So this will be a good kick-off or launch pad of collaboration between two countries at the beginning. And furthermore, we also have this internship program for the staff of Science Park. Many Science Park are new, and we know that. When they want to learn about how to run Science Park, it's very hard to tell in the steps. We don't have a manual to share. You have to do this, this, and that. But when you are being with the one who runs Science Park, you will learn from them. So the internship program is one of the human resource development that we also implemented to help strengthen the community of science parks. Yeah, that's answer of my perspectives.
Okay, thank you. Okay, due to limited time, if there is some questions from participants, I can get one or two questions. Please show your hands, and you can free ask questions from panelists. Okay, maybe no questions. Okay, okay, I just would like ask final questions from Ms. Wachiran again. When you ending your presentation, you was imaging about three challenges, maybe I say. The third challenge, you was mentioning about balancing growth with environmental impact. So could you please more explain about these things?
Sure. Okay. I think we have been in the world that evolved for many years. We talk about social impact, we talk about economic impact. But right now, the world is in crisis. It's not only the science and technology that can help people live better, but also how to make them live longer with the green economy. I think the word, when we say decarbonization, how science and technology parks take that issue and implement it to prepare their service, their people to understand. So when they implement all the services or schemes in their parks, it's not only two main impacts they have to consider, but how to build the green ecosystem in the parks. In many cases, I think Science Park try to adopt the technologies from the clients that they incubate. For example, if you have the green solution, Science Park will be the first adopter or the first customer of that solution to test it to be a sandbox of the innovation. And that would help to the companies to use Science Park as their showcase demonstration location for their technology. So we have seen that more and more in current platform of Science Park. So bringing green economy to your country. That's also one of the topics that Thailand will propose for our next conference of ASPA next year. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think our season time ending. Thank you for joining. Okay, now we have coffee break time, right?
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy your coffee break.
With us, and also our moderator, Dr. Dr. Torch, for guiding the conversation. We're going to have 15 minutes coffee break now, and we're going to come back at 11:30. Thank you.
times we tried to make our way and change our world, but loving the city.
practices. Without further ado, let's begin with our first speaker. Our first speaker is Mr. Jargasahan Dogar, Honorary Professor at the Mongolian University of Science and Technology, and founder of the Young Researchers Support Foundation. With decades of experience, he is a leading figure in system engineering and startup incubation. Currently, he serves as the head of the Systems Engineer Methodological Council, mentor of the Socrates Startup Incubation Program, and founder of TUS Solutions company. Mr. Jargasahan's work focuses on system engineering management, digital transformation, and startup development. Please welcome Mr. Jargasahan Dogar.
Well, distinguished guests and dear organizers of this event, I'm really excited to have this opportunity to share some of my modest insights and knowledge which I gained from one of my adventure tour in the field so-called innovation and startup. So my name is Jargasahan. I'm actually mining engineer, and in 2005 I joined private sector and I started my private business, and we still run our family business, and this family business is quite diversified business, and one of this business is so-called system engineering service. So I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this concept, but this is a quite interesting discipline. The system engineering science is on rise, and some of you may know that this discipline normally is quite well developed in terms of designing and executions of physical systems like aircraft or building and bridges. But now, recently, about 2010, there is another field we discovered that this system engineering science can be applied successfully. This is so-called social area and the social science. So why I become interested in this discipline is simply because my business faced so many problems, and I really needed to identify ways how I can fix those challenges. And unfortunately, I failed with my try with this traditional management tools, and unfortunately, again, I failed to fix my problems. So I was looking for some other potential alternatives, and luckily, one day I was given a book written by a Mongolian, and that book was about so-called system thinking. And the system thinking, as you may know, it's another interesting discipline, which basically says everybody must see objects or things or any other phenomena in holistic ways, and as a whole, a big. And also, this science encourages people to make first order in things, between things, and orderly relationships. And that's the main two characteristics which define this system engineering. But in the social system engineering is basically deals with interactions between the human beings. And many of major tasks are performed or executed, realized by collective action. So that means there are at least two people, or maybe 20 people, or maybe 200 people are involved. So this, the goal-driven or the shared goal-driven activity is a very complex phenomenon, which is, sometimes it's very hard to manage properly. So I dig deeper, and I found this system science can help me in solving those challenges that I faced, and that's how I become in system science. So with my this journey into system science, I identified one area which can be extremely valuable tools, and that area is innovation. And that's why in 2019 we established another project, and we created another unique startup company which is called Socrates. And this company is why it's quite unique is because this startup company was designed so that this company can provide service to other startup companies, particularly early stage companies. Yeah. Okay. So I was asked to speak about what is conductive environment and how these startups can be fostered or facilitated by providing this so-called conductive environment. So first we need to understand what is this meaning of this concept, conductive environment. Unfortunately, there is no shared understanding, shared definition of this concept, and we had to develop our own definitions, which you see on this slide, and some of you may not agree with this, but whenever when I say this word conductive environment, I mean this meaning. Okay, so just in order to give you some clarifications. Next. So this topic is very complex, and it may take hours, maybe days, to talk and to discuss. But because of this limited time frame, I would like to focus on two of those areas. So first, how is it possible to model the process of creating and maintaining so-called conductive environment? And the second is how AI can facilitate creating and maintaining this conductive environment. Yeah. So next, please. So in many cases, startups fail and the policies fail. So that means there is something fundamentally wrong. So we need to understand that, what is wrong. Right? And in my view, we still need to dig deeper and to have much deeper understanding what is innovation and why people are engaged in innovation process. And many people and many the government policies or the government agencies look at innovations or startups as a vehicle which can create economic wealth. And because of that paradigm which dominates their thinking, so their policies toward how they can, how the government or how parks or how incubators can help startups is producing not really the guaranteed outcome. So we need to have much deeper. So in our view, we have identified one theoretical foundations which can explain why people are engaged in innovations. So that theory is known as Max Neef human universal needs taxonomy. So if you guys use these keywords and do Googling, you will find plenty of information on that theory. So we really believe that this theory actually can serve as the foundation for any goal-driven activities. So this basically says, well, every human has these 9 fundamental needs, including subsistence and protection, affection, understanding, and participations. Well, this is something I have doubt, but still I agree because this is a part of this theory, and the creation, and identity, and the freedom. Out of these 9 needs. This one is particularly interesting need for policymakers, because the theory basically suggests that the people are engaged in innovations, and everyone every day produces countless innovations on daily basis, because simply they have to innovate that, because they need to fulfill or to satisfy all these needs. And that's why everybody has this fundamental need to innovate. So innovation is one of these basic human needs, like eating or breathing. So we need to understand that. Then, on the other hand, any societies, any communities, or any organizations have their own problems. And the problems are actually the product of our thinking. And because many problems we make is caused by our planning or by making our decision makers. So we need to have the solutions. On the other hand, the humans need to think, and the humans need to create new ways that can help the others. So between these two needs, now we are at the parks, science parks and technology parks are standing. And the parks can become really a strong bridge between these needs. Okay? Next. So why many countries and many parks fail to provide a guaranteed, or let's say more reasonable environment for startups that is innovations process. So innovation process is quite high degree process with many stakeholders and with many factors that is affecting the process. So on this slide you can see how the number of the stakeholders can affect and make this process more complex. Let's say in the room we have this normally startup companies have just 1, 2, 3 people in the room, and they start. It will be very easy to create some consensus and to provide smooth communications. Then the numbers are increasing, then the interrelation channels or communication channels are increasing, and in this way it's becoming even more complex and complex. And besides that, everyone must think and think and think. Every goal-driven activity is actually starts with thinking. And if everybody has different thinking, so this unorganized thinking, and with this high degree, high number of this communication channels makes this whole process is so complex. So we really need to address to find some solutions which can defeat this complexity. Okay. Next. So we have developed the model of goal-driven activity by group of people. So let me stand that. So if there is a company exists, what makes that company existing is the cause of that is shared goal. Let's say we have a small startup company. So they have 3 founders. So what makes this company is existing? The 3 people, shareholders have this common goal. And they start. And this goal-driven activity must be well planned. Then this plan defines who should be doing what. So in this, normally this is so-called responsibilities and duties by stakeholders defined by rules and policies and regulations. Right? And all those duties and regulations must be tightly aligned to each other. Otherwise, again, this unalignment will cause major problem. Then everybody must contribute, and everybody's performance must be closely monitored. Then we'll have some results. It may be positive result or negative results. We'll have some results. Then depending on what kind of results you get, so everybody must be rewarded some benefits, and if we have some bad results, then we must think, and thinking is that we must do diagnosis, and the diagnosis is the important part of the whole organization. So once you have this model of your whole goal-driven activities, it will be easier to organize, to monitor, and to plan and diagnosis. That's the advantage that is provided by so-called science, system science, and system engineering science. Okay? So we have applied this model to a number of researchers and a number of other development projects. And one of this research work, which is notable, is that in 2019 we initiated a joint project with INCOSE, which is International Council on System Engineering, and we jointly developed the so-called INCOSE Smart City Reference Model. So this reference model was built on the model that we have developed, our team has developed. And if anybody wants to get more information, much more information is available on their website, so please visit there. And well, this project clearly tells us that this system model can be successfully applied in many other fields, not only startups and other fields. So we now are more confident this model can serve as the foundation for modeling any activities aimed at supporting startups or innovative activities. So we have managed to develop many solutions. Well, now this model may look like very simple. It's easy to understand, but in reality, it's not that easy to implement and to make this real solution. So that's why we needed to develop so many solutions, and we have a company which is engaged in developing this system solutions. On this you see, so hundreds solutions are required to successfully apply this system model for any goal-driven activities. Yeah. So in 2018, like I mentioned before, so we established this company named Sakratos. So this is our another startup company which now provides service to other startup companies. Okay? So on the hardest part of incubation is the founders' thinking are very disorganized, and this thinking style needs to be more disciplined and more systemized. So for that purpose, we decided to establish, to develop our own algorithm or our model of the process, what we call thinking. Because many communication goes only through the thinking. And this thinking, if we have many different understanding on the process called thinking, so we'll face so many conflicts in the future. So it was one of the mass solutions, and we have created this model because we failed to identify properly models, designed models of thinking. And so if you want to get more information, so please contact us after the presentation. Okay? So then now we have this system solutions, and also we managed to digitalize this model, and we have developed a number of template solutions which are already digitalized. And now we are adding to that this AI tools. So this combination of these system solutions and IT solutions and AI solutions can make even better changes to incubation process. Next. So let's see some of demo. And we have, like I mentioned, now we have this platform through which we provide this digitalized system-based incubation program. And now this platform can generate some policies or these regulations or other solutions which is required for the startups. So on this, the AI assistant is producing two different regulations by using this system model and AI. And these policies content are well designed, using based on this system principles. So that means that this draft that is being prepared by AI meets systems standard and system requirements. Yeah? Next. So also this platform can provide you unbiased, independent system analysis into all those regulations and policies that govern the organization's activities. So on this part of this slide, it's displayed the findings of one of these such a system analysis. And this system analysis tells that this solution suffers with very poor design on duties by stakeholders, and the data is not enough flowing within the system. And the matrix, it's okay, 19%, and the feedback system is failing in this solution. So it's a quite comprehensive service can be provided, this system analysis. Takeaways. Yes, sir. Okay, it seems that we are having some technical problems. So, well, actually we are missing just last slide, which normally suggests that now the system engineering tools can help to model any goal-driven activities, including the goal-driven activities of parks or incubators or any other organizations. And now with this AI tools and the AI models, this modeling process even can become more efficient. And this modeling and the applications of AI greatly can help startup companies. So I am just a system engineer. I'm not that expert in the field parks and technology parks or science parks, but I just really thank for this given opportunity to share my humble experience and insights that I gained over the last 5-6 years. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Jarasahan, for your insightful presentation. Our next speaker is Ms. Mojgan Yazdimpur, a key figure in fostering international relations at Isfahan Science Technology Town with an impressive career spanning 28 years. She played a pivotal role in establishing the UNESCO Center, IRIS, and has led numerous international training workshops on park and incubator management across the globe. Mojgan has also served as an international board member of International Association of Science Parks and has spoken at many prestigious conferences worldwide. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Mojgan Yastimpor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before starting my presentation, I would like to thank the organizer for the very well organization of this conference and also their great collaboration with us in organizing a training program yesterday at the sideline of this ASPA conference. My special thanks goes to Ms. Zolzaya, Mr. Batukhdur, Mr. Amarsana, and their wonderful team in IT Park of Mongolia, and also the Science Park Administration of Mongolia, and also colleagues from ASPA Secretariat, Dr. Sankuk, and his wonderful team. Thank you very much. I would like to ask you, please, to join me in standing up and give them a big applause. Okay, thank you very much. It seems you're so tired, nobody is stand up. No problem. I hope they accept our appreciation in this way. Okay, today I have a different subject about gender equality. I'm going to mostly focus on gender equality in our industry, science, and technology parks. Why it is so important that UNESCO also has defined one of the sustainable development goals, the goal number 5, on this subject to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Also, again, in goal number 10, they emphasize on reduced inequalities, not only in gender, but also in all aspects, in disabilities, in every aspect of life. So, its main goal is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. That is it. And the objectives of this is to end the gender disparities and eliminating violence against women and girls, eliminating early and forced marriages, also securing equal participation and opportunities and a fundamental human right. It is a fundamental human right, and also a necessary foundation for peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. So, I would like to mention here that women aren't given power. They make it themselves. Do you agree with me? Some ladies said yes, but it is so. Yeah, thank you. Around 20% of women live in countries with relatively high levels of gender inequalities, unfortunately. And there is nowhere on earth where women and men enjoy equalities. Pay attention to this. So, why gender equality is important? Basically, it is a fundamental human right. Why? Why the difference is we are all human beings. We should have the same rights and opportunities. It is linked to sustainable development. It is vital to the realization of human rights for all. The economic productivity and growth that leads to better decision-making and innovation. Women form almost half of the communities in the world. So many parts of the innovation can happen and can come out by women. It is essential to achieve peaceful societies, and it increases productivity and economic growth, and also other objectives. At this stage, I'm going to show you some statistics about involvement of women in science and technology, in industry, in education. Through this slide, you can see that women have been underrepresented in STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And it has been for many years. You can see the big difference between men and women. The pink columns are for women and the green one for men. And you can see the big difference between them. Also, the subject breakdown, female graduation from the universities, again you can see. In the field of, for example, the physical science is the pink line, and the mathematics sciences is the orange one. You can see even for these that they relatively have high percentage, it is about 40%, not to mention the engineering and technology fields, and also the computer sciences, which are the most important thing in today's world, that they are about only 30% of involvement. Also in the workforce, the same statistics. You can see the big difference here again. And also the subject breakdown workforce in engineering professionals. You can see, although there has been a growing trend since 2016 to 2022, my statistics are up to 2022. Although there has been a little bit growth, but still we have big differences. The same is in science professional. The situation in science is a little bit better, but still a big difference. Also in IT technicians, we have the same problem. You can see through these diagrams the differences. And also, what I wanted to conclude from these slides is that there is more to be done to reduce the gender gap in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields. The percentage of female graduates with core STEM degrees is steadily growing. However, the split is just 27%. And the same is in the field of workforce. More work is needed to encourage women to study STEM subjects, to transition into the workforce and to become future leaders in these fields. And also computer science, engineering, and technology fields show the largest gender imbalances from current students to graduates and with the workforce as well. And these sectors, this is the important fact, these sectors are some of the most financially lucrative ones in today and future worlds, and meaning that the high-paying jobs within these fields are going to be allocated to men. And these differences and these disparities will continue to exist. I skipped the last one. With this slide, I would like to show the women participation in ownership of the firms. You can see in different countries, for example, the first one is in all countries, next East Asia and Pacific, Europe and Central Asia, Latin America and Caribbean, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Unfortunately, these two regions do not have good status in this field. And even the Latin America that has the highest percentage is only about 45% of involvement of women and participation. Also, percentage of women, firms with majority of women in the ownership scales. Again, these two regions with these statistics. And the highest one, this one again also, which is the highest one, is only about 26%. The percentage of firms with a woman as the top manager. You can see about 35% only of the firms are owned and managed by men in the East Asia and Pacific. And again, South Asia and Middle East do not have good status in this field. The percentage of owned or managed women among those with government contracts, also the same. Full-time women workers, also we see the same situation. Proportion of permanent full-time production workers that are women. Women are involved mostly in production, and you can see the percentage is a little bit, even in these two regions, have come higher. In terms of formal trainings, proportion of women workers offered formal training over the last fiscal year. This is only in the service sector. And in the next slide, you can see in the whole sectors. It shows that, again, women show less interest, less, I don't know how to say it, less keen, they are less keen on receiving formal training, or maybe the organizations will provide less formal training to women. And this is the whole situation, what I have already mentioned, in the whole world. Then educational level of resident companies in ISTT. My organization is Isfahan Science and Technology Town, which is the leading and pioneering science and technology town in Iran. At the moment, we have 750 companies and about 10,000 young university graduates and individuals are working for them. About 30% of staff of the companies in our science park are ladies. You can see the educational degrees. For example, this shows the PhD degree of women compared to men in our technology park, MS degree, and BS, and the whole situation. In my organization, the situation is relatively good because we don't have any differences in providing our services. At the end of my presentation, I have brought some interviews that I have made with a number of our CEO women, and I show you their viewpoints, their exact viewpoint. This is women in managerial positions in ISTT. About 1/3 of the companies in ISTT are led and managed by ladies, and I'm happy to inform you that they are among the most successful companies in ISTT. And also, they have about 1/3 of the percentage of the board in companies are ladies. This is the percentage of full-time and part-time staff, and also the percentage of men and women in ISTT out of 9,500 entrepreneurs working there. This slide shows the share of women employment in Iran in different economic sectors. The gray color shows the service sector. You can see that women are mostly involved in service sector. In the industry, it is lower, and in the agriculture, we don't have that much women who are interested. And this one shows the involvement of women in service providing sectors. You can see that there is relatively a growing trend in this field, but in industry section, the situation is like this. So, what are the challenges to gender equality in science and technology parks? I have got these views from my colleagues in different countries, including China, South Korea, and Iran, and they all emphasize on these aspects of the challenges. There are differences in leadership roles, there are gender stereotype and biases, work-life balance challenge that is in most of cases, and lack of mentorship and networking opportunities. I skipped the challenges because I mentioned some of them, just underrepresentation of women in leadership roles, gender stereotype, work-life balance challenge, lack of mentorship and opportunities, lack of supporting network, unequal payment in some organizations and some societies, childcare expectations, and lack of parental leave. I would like to mention about this leaky pipe. It says that, for example, this is a pipe and there are some leaky parts. These are the input are the university students coming here, enter here, but because of those challenges that they face every day during their education and work, they every day in each part, some part of them drop out. And when it comes to the last part of this leaky pipe, only a small number of women have been reached to the final destination. So what could be our strategies for promoting gender equality? We can bring inclusive leadership development programs. Flexible work arrangements is another way. Mentorship and sponsorship programs provided special for women. I'm not going to tell that we should make a difference between men and women. I mean, there should be equal opportunities, equal payments, equal everything, but they should receive some kind of support to make them encouraged and to get involved in these fields. Creating a gender inclusive culture, and the changing the mindset of society is very important. Monitoring and accountability, strengthening their understanding of the importance of gender equality issues, and also incorporate gender equality awareness into decision making and bringing them into the decision making parts. Also strengthening women's business training. For example, targeted training courses that I mentioned lecture something special to women. I will bring some examples from even in the international societies, how they have developed and initiated some initiatives special for women. Creating a favorable atmosphere for the career development of women in the park, such as, for example, vigorously promoting and advertising successful stories of female managers and entrepreneurs, the role models, to introduce their success stories of women. Taking into account the special needs of women, such as, for example, reasonable vacation management system, or strengthening the construction of relevant infrastructure that facilitates women's work, such as, for example, setting up kindergarten in the work environment, maternity and childcare rooms, and other things. As the international examples I just mentioned, one of them is UNESCO. UNESCO initiatives in empowering women. UNESCO has worked in different aspects. For example, you can see it has provided evidence-based policy recommendation to education ministries in many countries, so that it encouraged the ministries to work more on the educational aspects of women, or generated strategic information at country level through supporting to comparative assessment of learning in mathematics and science. Also promoting and facilitating policy dialogue and experience sharing among countries in this field. Supporting national capacities to deliver gender-responsive STEM education. Building capacity building of teachers in some developing countries. Digital skill development in many countries. They need to receive some digital skill development, and they will conduct some interesting and useful projects in this field. Mentoring and role models, I talked about it. Innovative partnership with famous companies like, for example, Airbus, Intel, L'Oreal. I don't have enough time to elaborate on these projects, but you can study about them through the websites and the UNESCO initiatives. Partnership in scientific camps of excellence for mentoring girls in STEM fields, organizing STEM clinics to familiarize girls with these science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields, and equipping some countries with essential science laboratories that are essential for conducting technical assessments, and partnership in launching entrepreneurship bootcamp. I remember another initiative is by ASP, the International Association of Science Parks. They have a gathering at the sideline of the conferences named Women in ASPA. And at the sideline of the event, there will be a gathering of women. They exchange views, they exchange their latest developments, and they form a network to be in contact with each other during the whole year. I'd like to provide this proposal, this suggestion to Secretary General. Maybe you can consider some initiative for women in ASPA. Why not? Also, I remember about 5 years ago, I was invited to an event in Spain. It was named Femme Talent in Spain, and they brought some role models from different continents and invited both men and women to talk with them and to share with them the view and status of their countries in those regions. These are some examples that I have done with some of the companies. Before going through these, I'd like to show you something here that has been developed by one of our tenant companies. Look at this. Look at this. This is a table runner. It has been developed and produced by a lady, by a young lady. If you go through it with more detail, you can see that every inch of it, you can find love, emotion, creativity, innovation, environment-friendly aspect, everything, rigor, delicacy, femininity, everything. So, when there is in the middle, you're not familiar with Persian handwriting, this is the beautiful poem. It says, آنچه خوبان همه دارند تو یک جا داری. Let me give you the translation that they have made themselves. You possess all virtues that others have combined. This is the meaning of this poem. This is very beautiful poem. Also, in some part of they have prepared a certificate for their product. It is 100% handmade. There has been no machine used for stamping on this fabric. The material of the fabric is all natural materials. And they have written this product was created with love. So please care for it with love to create a good feeling and lasting memories for you. Isn't it interesting? So, when a woman, thank you. They have also prepared a bag with our symbol of pomegranate flowers. And also, I forgot to tell you that even the colors, the blue and yellow color that you see in here in the bag and also on the runner, they are indicative of the Isfahan, the city of Isfahan, because Isfahan is famous for its turquoise domes, for the blue and sunlit yellow color, tiles color, okay? And these are indicative of the city of Isfahan. That's why I say every inch, every centimeter of this product is full of love, emotion, creativity, and innovation. So why shouldn't such a woman get involved in technology to bring all these assets into technology, into engineering? So the governments, the organizations should do something to encourage them, to motivate them. These are some examples from ISCT. I have made some interviews, and trust me, these are real. They are, for example, with Masume, she is a lady. She started only with a small office in ISCT with 2%. Today, she has 2 big buildings, and she does export, I'm going to end, and does export to other countries. She says that there's no gender difference in ISCT. There are some cultural problems in society. In some organizations, there are some less payments. Let me go to the suggestions. Mostly admits women among her team to encourage women involvement. University chancellors and authorities and the managers of science and technology parks should more motivate and help this approach in the society to be changed, and management team of ISCT to help change this approach. Mania, another lady which is working in the field of architecture and designing, also I skipped the viewpoint, just the suggestion to help. These are maybe suggestions for you. So there can be some strategies for your future to change this approach, again, providing women with more presenting opportunities in societies, providing more support to young entrepreneurs. Another lady. This lady is Maria. technology parks in this gathering. It's very good that we link women in our companies with the women in your science parks and do some mutual projects and some business matching. Another lady also, because I have finished my time, I'm going to escape these two, but you can receive my slide later on and read about other views. Again, another lady, she told me a lot about this topic, and also the most interesting sentence by the last lady, Ms. Marzieh Nejat Tabrizi, told me that if it sometimes seems that we, women, have different performance outcomes than expected, it is not due to our inabilities, but rather a result of the limitations imposed on us as women by our societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mojgan. We now move into our panel discussion section again, which promises to be very full of knowledge and inspiration. Guiding us through this discussion is Ms. Ingstachen Nyamsurung, known to many as Vicky, a dynamic leader and innovator in the tech community. Vicky brings visionary and experience-based questions to the table. As the co-founder of ASPA Soft University and associate certified coach with the ICF and the country director of Women in Tech, Vicky has been a driving force in advancing technology and leadership. She is also the founder of the Association of Science Technology Women in Mongolia, where she champions women in STEM through various impactful initiatives. Please join me in welcoming Vicky as she leads the panel discussion. Also, we would like to invite our esteemed panelists to join this discussion. Mr. Jargasahan Dogar, Chairman of Gund Investment Holding and founder of the Young Researchers Support Foundation. Ms. Mojgan Yazdimpur, Director of International Scientific Cooperation at Isfahan Regional Center for Technology Incubators and Science Parks Development. Also, Mr. Shosei Yamamoto, team leader of the survey project for ICT and digital industry and startup promotion in Mongolia, funded by JICA. Ms. Muhbat Oralma, director of the Ulaanbaatar Science and Technology Park of the National University of Mongolia. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage.
Thank you so much. And first of all, thank you so much for Ms. Zolzaya and distinguished guests from all over the party of the Asia. And before starting the question and answer part, I want to mention something which is related to my life. Because 21 years ago, when I was a student, Mongolian IT Park organized one of the R&D conference to the students in Mongolia. And in R&D conference, I was attended, and my presentation got the first place, and few of my friends got awarded in that time. Since 21 years, now in Mongolia, the top of the Mongolian STEM sectors, young leaders are all of those students who got awarded. That's why what I want to say is that I'm really appreciate what the Mongolian IT Park and the Science and Technology Park is doing is very impactful for the young people's life. And that's why I'm here today as a moderator, to thank all all my grateful, all my the appreciation to my government and IT sector in Mongolia. And Ms. Mojgan, we are soulmate because you were talking about the women in tech. I've been working for women in tech in Mongolia since 2019, and we created association and the chapter of the Women in Tech global movement here and working hard here. And after saw your presentation, I really wanted to ask the one question is, you were mentioning about the many challenges about how women are working in the STEM sector. And what's the, in your country, in your organization, what's the main policy for the women-owned startup, especially for the STEM sector? Is there any advantage for them? Is there any opportunity than men-owned businesses?
As I mentioned during my presentation, as I mentioned during my presentation, we consider all as equal, as human beings. And our selection and our everything is based on the potentials and capabilities, not because of the gender. We are not going to specific any gender. We provide, for example, when they're coming to our admission office, it doesn't make any difference whether it is she's a woman or he's a man. We just consider the criteria, the admission criteria, their team, their technology-based idea, and their business plan. But at the same time, we encourage and welcome those teams who are led by women and or those who have women among their managerial team. And we try to be more flexible. For example, I think actually the jury may be more easy taking with them, and also encourage them, even if, for example, they do not come up with an appropriate idea, they help them to edit that idea, to edit the team, or maybe to change it into another. And they provide some mentorship, some advice, some training, some consultation. We have some offices to provide that and try to help them. But this is not for only for women. We do it also for men.
Because, for example, in Mongolia, there is one bank called Olomt. Olomt Bank has a special program for women-owned entrepreneurship, something like that. So that's why I asked this question. Okay, thank you so much for your answer. And Mr. Jargalsachen, I'm so excited to see your presentation and many of the crazy idea I've got from there. And what I want to ask is that about the shared goal. And you also wrote, we need solution, and down there. And what's the main solution to implement the shared goal in the science and technology park management? What do you think?
Well, setting up shared goals perhaps is the most challenging part of designing and planning the whole activities. Many people naively think that very nicely worded and some lyrical wordings can help to become some guidance in the future. But that's really misleading and a false assumption. And many companies and many organizations, including many startups, fail because of the lack such shared goal. But still, there is a possibility to articulate and to design. It's not just articulation. The whole process takes research and study and abstraction and modeling, right? So we have provided some service and assistance to many companies and many serious companies, and also several government agencies in Mongolia, including police department, to setting up the clear goal. So we have three main criteria which can help you to check if your goal is shared real goal. The first, this goal clearly must state how this activity can provide values to every stakeholder. In other words, this goal, every stakeholder who are part of this goal realization process must benefit. So that's one of the important criteria. And the second, we must have clearly defined stakeholders who are engaged and who will be engaged in goal realization. And the third, it must have clear metrics, non-subjective, okay? It's not some just asking questionnaires, having some questionnaires and customer satisfaction questionnaire things. No, it's not really, it's not metrics, but real metrics which can measure how much benefits this goal realization process provides to every stakeholder. So I would say these are the three main criteria, but the whole process is actually the thinking and the research.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Yamamoto-san, I would like to ask what is the best practices of collaboration of the government, institution, and the IT parks in your country? Can you share us some best experiences?
Thank you for the great question. I would like to share the experience of Japan. Actually, Japan has a long history of having a science and technology park from the 1970s. So we have many science and technology parks across the country. But I would like to introduce to you a case of Tsuruoka Science Park, which is, in terms of the regional development. Tsuruoka City is a provincial city 500 kilometers away from Tokyo. And like other provincial cities, they have been struggling with the decreasing population and maintaining the economic drive. So that's why the leaders of the local government were thinking about how they could tackle that problem. And in 2001, they came up with a vision to create a global hub of bioscience in the city. But just vision is not, vision is just a starting point, and they took action to make it happen by inviting key players from outside the city. So they invited Advanced Biotechnology Institute from the Keio University, which is one of the most prestigious Japanese universities. And then the professor running the lab was inspired by the vision of the city, and they decided to open a campus in Tsuruoka City. And then, not just that, the local governments continued to provide funding to support the R&D and also the commercialization activities of the institute. And that's why the institute was successful in making progress in the research and development in terms of bioscience, and also creating several startups from the research outcomes. And one of them was a unicorn company called Spiber, which is creating synthetic fiber, very strong, like spider's silk. So it's replacing conventional materials used for clothes. And yeah, Spiber has become a unicorn, and that attracted companies from outside the city. So that's sort of virtuous cycle has been created because of the collaboration between the government and academia and also the private sector. That was, I think, one of the best practices. And actually that contributed to the regional development of the city, and they actually did a survey of the impact of the lab or the science park itself, and then it actually showed the evidence of contributing to the regional economy.
Okay, thank you for sharing the best practices of Japan. And hello, Mr. Mukhbat. Hi. And I would like to ask you about the good management of the park, Science and Technology Park. And what kind of support do we need from the government to have a good management on our Science and Technology Park activities?
Okay, thank you. And I think that what we need
Microphone,
government,
please.
well, what we need from government, of course, first is money. I'm kidding.
Budget, right?
Yeah, it's I think that we have very good principle of governance. It's we call good governance. Good governance, you know. And I think in this term we shouldn't ask government. We should follow good governance plus academic freedom, promotion of talent and creativity. I think this is the main principle of our management. It works for all spheres. And in terms of partnership with government, actually, we promote triple helix principle, including government, private sector, and universities, or research institutions, or something like that. This is also main principle. But in here, we should know one thing. The stakeholders, each stakeholder should know what they want, what they can do, what they expect from each other. This, in result, will be a good partnership between them. In terms of gender balance, thank you very much, Professor Mozga. It was very interesting. But fortunately, in Mongolia, actually, we have gender problem, but in favor of women. You know, for example, in my university, I mean National University of Mongolia, has more than 900 faculty members. 60% of them, more than 60% of them are women. In middle schools, among middle school teachers, around more than 70% are women. Even in my park, we have 3 managerial positions. 2 of them occupied by women, excluding me. So that's why this is why I would say. Of course, we should be very careful in terms of gender balance. And unfortunately, of course, in field of innovation technology, we have not so many women. I think in the future it will be corrected by stakeholders and our women themselves. Thank you.
Yeah, may I add something also? In Iran also we have quite good number of admission to university on behalf of women and girl students. The entrance and the input to universities is good. But when they, for example, they will be involved in science and technology and engineering fields, and when they graduate, they see that in the market, they cannot find the appropriate job. And in the equal positions, if there is one job, they prefer to give it to a man, not a woman. And that's why they refrain from going and continuing in this field and to innovate and to get involved in the industry field.
Yeah, you're right. It's different situation in different countries, right?
And next few days, Mongolia will organize the World Women Forum in UP. So we will discuss more about the women next few days in Ulaanbaatar. And next question is for all of you. Now we are talking about leading practices of the management. So the cooperation of the IT parks in the region, to improve the cooperation of this in this region, what would we do? What do we need to do to improve the best practices, improve the management in the region-wise? What do you think?
In IT Park of Mongolia, you mean?
Yeah, regionally.
Regionally, yeah. During these days, I saw many potentials for establishing international collaboration between the Mongolian companies and other countries. For example, I suggest also we can organize some B2B meetings between the companies in different countries, between, for example, Mongolia and Iran, or between Mongolia and other countries. And the ASPA will do a great job in this field. They will do, I see during the board meeting yesterday, I was observed that during the report presented, they will organize a market analysis, and following the market analysis, they organized a big event in which they match their companies and the relevant companies that are sure that when they go to that meeting, they can be successful and establish some kind of collaboration. So in our UNESCO Center in Iris also, we are looking for that. Besides providing trainings and consultations, we also provide some and organize some B2B meetings between the companies in different regions, or something like, for example, exhibitions at the sideline of these conferences, where there is the possibility and opportunity actually that the relevant companies come and showcase their products and their technologies and introduce them to the global markets maybe. These are some of the initiatives I think that can be followed.
Okay, thank you so much. And how about Mr. Jargalsah? What's your opinion?
Well, I'm not a good expert, but as a system engineer, I would love to do some project to dig deeper into these regulations of some of comparable parks activities and policies and regulations, and to conduct the so-called system diagnosis. So that kind of diagnosis can really reveal what is the difference and what are the best practices and what are the worst deficiencies. So I would love to do that, and if anyone interested, I would love to talk about that.
Okay, thank you so much. And Yamamoto-san?
Yep. I think to promote collaboration among the science and technology parks in the region, one of the ways is to identify mutual interest among the startups. For example, in Japan, now the global competition of the semiconductor industry is intensifying. So the Japanese government is trying to open a new science and technology park in the Kyushu region. And to do so, the Japanese government, the Japanese companies who will be the key players in the science park are now trying to learn from the experience of Taiwan. So they have a very good science park in the field of semiconductor industry. So they have, the Japanese side has signed an MOU with the Taiwanese side, and then to exchange knowledge between them. So that could be one of the ways. And also in the presentation in the morning, there was a proposal about the collaboration among the theme of aging society. And that kind of collaboration along the line of the social issues could also be an option, I think.
Okay, thank you so much.
So in level of regional partnership, I can say more than our panelists. But of course, it's the first thing is the fruitful collaboration and partnership among countries. And also, the Mongolia is one of those countries where science park less developed. And so that's why the most developed countries can bring their ideas, their projects to implement in soil of Mongolia. Then it will be more fruitful, more productive. This is the main thing.
Okay. Okay, okay. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the people who is paying attention for our panel discussion. And it's also lunchtime, so we're gonna have a great lunch and continue the event for the next presentations and panels. And thank you so much for the Mr. Moshkang and the Jargal Sahang and Yamamoto-san and Mr. Munghwat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
continue on with the conference to All right, everyone. We are ready to start the session 2 of our annual conference. I'll be the replacement Master of Ceremonies for the next 2 sessions. The topic of session 2 is going to be on science and technology parks as pioneers in sustainable innovation. I would like to invite our first speaker, Mr. founder and CEO of Eureka and a renewable energy investor with over 10 years of experience. Recognized in Forbes Asia's 30 Under 30 in 2019, Ochlang has played a key role in promoting renewable energy across Asia. He holds a BA in economics from New York University and has led significant projects, including the first wind farm in the Gobi Desert. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ochlang Ichtzik.
Hello, everyone. My name is Orchlan. I'm the founder and CEO of Eureka. Firstly, I see a lot of people that came from abroad to attend this conference. So just want to say thank you for taking the time to come to Mongolia, and of course, welcome to Mongolia. So what Eureka does is we're a Mongolian Singaporean climate tech company, and what we wanted to do was build technologies to make climate action and carbon financing and a just energy transition more accessible and inclusive. So I've got a quick presentation on how we're applying technology to try and make climate action more inclusive for everyone in countries like Mongolia. But before that, I think we did a quick 3-minute video about a year ago on exactly what we're doing and how it's being applied to our projects on the ground. So we've got a quick video that we can show, and then maybe after that I can give a quick presentation on what we do. So
For the Asia Foundation's Mongolia office, the initial interest in this pilot started from a desire to offset our own carbon. And we very quickly found it wasn't as easy to do as we had expected. Finding projects in Mongolia and calculating our carbon use and then matching the amount of carbon offsets to our needs was very complicated. But as we explored with Eureka the possibilities, we started to learn more about their technology and the potential applications, especially in low-income households in Mongolia.
It's the first pilot that we're doing with the Asia Foundation in Mongolia to be able to onboard and empower ordinary families in Mongolia that are switching to renewable energy, for them to be able to generate carbon credits through the use of technology, and for them then to ultimately be able to sell their carbon credits on our marketplace and start earning revenue to help with their livelihoods, to help invest in their children's education and healthcare.
If I think of our goals for this pilot project, I think we can boil it down to two main things. First is we need to see how these technologies actually engage with communities, with families and their needs. And the transition to renewable energy in Mongolia, especially in Gare area households, and the move away from coal-burning stoves is actually a major transition. It requires us to work with these families to innovate their insulation, to understand what will make them comfortable. And our partner Gare Hub is really one of the leaders in trying to think through how Gares and Gare area communities can transition to a more modern and healthy environment.
Gare Hub operates one-of-a-kind community space in the Gare areas of Ulaanbaatar. Here, for instance, we work with the Asia Foundation and Eureka, as well as local communities, to test and experiment in new technology combined with local and traditional Gare insulation prototypes. In this initiative, we're working with local communities.
Намайг даваа жаргал гэдэг карбон кредит төсөлд хамрагдсан үрхийн нэг байна. Карбон кредит төсөлд хамрагдсандаа үнэхээр их баяртай байгаа. Өмнө нь бол би нүрс төлдөг байх үед бол нүрс өглөө осоод одоо 5 хагасд босоод нүрстэй зуралдаал ингэдэг гар хуруу ингээл алтаагаал байдаг гэсэн бол одоо бол тех шаардлагагүй. Хүүхдүүдтэйгээ зэрэгсэж босоод яг хүүхдүүдэд илүү цаг зав зарцуулах боломжтой болсон байгаа.
So for renewable energy project, we use powerful tools like blockchain technology, machine learning techniques, and IoT sensors to automatically verify the most cost-efficient way, even at the household level.
We're able to verify their carbon footprint, and we're able to verify and accredit them for carbon credits generated by having switched to renewable energy.
The second thing is we're really trying to inspire and tell stories about this impact that we have on the pilot project, because the potential of the Eureka platform and this technology to be applied in a wide range of contexts and to different communities is really high. And so we need to start to help people imagine that potential and think through how they might participate.
So at Eureka, we believe it's very important to build the inclusive participation of climate action.
We believe the best way to do that is enable grassroots communities and ordinary people to act and to be part of the solution.
So that was just a quick video providing a general overview on how we use technology to address climate change. So as one of our projects, it's called Coal to Solar, and that's the project that I'll talk to today. Now it's August. I'm not sure how many of you have been to UB during the winter. Obviously it's a beautiful country, it's a beautiful city. Unfortunately, during the winter, it also becomes one of the most polluted cities in the world. And it's also, factually, Ulaanbaatar is the coldest capital in the world. And then unfortunately, I think during the winter times, it also ranks as one of the most polluted capitals in the world as well. And then the reason for that is, I don't know if you've had a chance to explore the city, but we've got close to 1 million people living on the outskirts of the city in the mountains. And they are former nomadic herders who got mostly displaced by climate change. So they lost their pastures, they lost their grazing grounds and their herds, so they come to the city looking for employment opportunities and better livelihoods. And unfortunately, that's not often they struggle to find that. And they can't afford to buy or rent apartment housing. So what they do is they take their yurts, their gears. So let me show you, like the Mongolian traditional gear. And then they live in those. But what it means is that they don't have access to heating, centralized heating, and they have very limited access to electricity, which means that when it gets to minus 30, minus 40 Celsius degrees during the winters, they have to rely on burning coal almost every hour of the day to stay warm. And what this results is, again, this heavy pollution that engulfs the city. In terms of statistics, I think I'll just point to a few numbers. So because of this smoke that happens, the average lung capacity of a child that's affected and living in that pollution is 40% less than that of a child that's not living in pollution, according to UNICEF. So this for me is a terrible statistic, because basically what it's saying is that small children living in these gear districts and under this pollution, basically they're living with half a lung. And you know, we have a 30% increase in mortality in children under 5 because of the pollution. And we've had over, you know, the number of respiratory illnesses has doubled over the last sort of, you know, 10 years because of this pollution, right? So what we wanted to do was find a way to help transition these families from burning coal to solar sets and help them move away to clean energy. And of course, everyone talks about energy transition and smart grids, but it's very difficult at the practical level to make this happen, because these systems cost a couple of $1,000s, which a lot of these families can't afford up front, and there's maintenance, etc. So we wanted to find a way that could help bridge that gap using technology, and there were several things that we did. So firstly, we found out that one family living in the gear districts produces around 15 tons of CO2 emissions per year, because they're burning coal every hour of the day. And as you know, there's a whole big market around carbon financing. There are a lot of companies, tech companies, Amazon, Google, airline companies, mining companies that are interested in reducing their emissions by buying carbon credits and environmental certificates from various projects all over the world. And what we wanted to do was enable these households that are undergoing energy transition for them to be able to access that world of carbon financing and sell their credits so that they can earn revenue to pay for these systems. And the way that we've done that is basically we help insulate, together working with our partners like GearHub, the United Nations, the Asia Foundation. We help insulate the gears so there's no energy, there's no heat loss. And then we have up to 3.5 kilowatt solar systems, and we have electric heaters and batteries. And then we also embed our own smart sensors, IoT sensors, in these households. And what the IoT sensors do is they basically continuously monitor whether these families are using the renewable sets and whether or not they're burning coal. So we have an array of sensors such as air humidity sensor, air temperature sensor. We look at the voltage fluctuations, etc. And then we were able to build a machine learning algorithm that tracks all of that information and is able to continuously ensure that these families are actually not producing any CO2 emissions. And what we've done, and we've proven that, firstly, family living in the Mongolian Gir district in a Mongolian Gir, during minus 30, 40 degrees, they can actually go through the winter without burning any coal and relying on these renewable systems, which means that they're actually reducing up to 15 to 20 tons of CO2 per year. And our systems have been able to ensure and verify that those emission reductions are actually happening on the ground, which means we're able to prove that these households are in fact reducing pollution. And then we're able to certify these households for environmental certificates, carbon credits, that they can then sell to corporates that are interested in buying high quality, high impact environmental certificates such as these. So we did a small pilot of 5 households about 2 years ago, together with the Asia Foundation, and we've been expanding that. So this year we're planning to do around up to 300 households where we help them transition to clean energy and move away from fossil fuels using carbon financing. And then we're working with the UNDP, we're working with GearHub and other partners to scale this. And then next year, we really hope to scale this at mass. So we're aiming to do around 2,500 up to 5,000 families per year if we can, using carbon financing. And I think in terms of the impact that we've seen, as I said, a lot of large companies are looking to buy carbon credits to offset their residual emissions. And then on the other hand, using technology, we're able to prove that these households are reducing pollutions, and we're allowing these households to directly sell these carbon credits to these corporates. And the money that they receive will go towards paying for these renewable systems. So we're able to really help facilitate that energy transition, even if you can't afford these systems in the beginning, using carbon financing and making carbon financing more accessible to everyone across the board. And then also, I think the biggest benefit is we're reducing up to 20 tons of CO2 per household, which means if we scale and do everything that we want to do within the next 5 years, we can reduce as much as sort of 2 million tons of CO2 per year and really decrease the pollution and the smoke that the city experiences during the winter. So these are just some of the projects that the pictures from on site. So you can see this, I think at the end of the video you also saw. So previously they burn coal, so they have these large chimneys to let the smoke out. But because of this energy transition, obviously they no longer need this chimney, so they take it out, they take out the coal stove, and then they've been able to get the heat and electricity using these renewable sets. I think that's another family. So I think, in conclusion, the role of technology and how it can have a real impact on people's lives. It's for us as well, it's been a really surreal experience. So when we first set out to do this, we physically didn't know if it would be possible for a family to spend the winter living in a Gir just using electricity and renewable systems. Now we've proven that that can be done. And I think one of the cool benefits we get out of this is that if we can prove that a family living in a yurt can spend the winter in the coldest capital in the world using renewable systems, this can be done anywhere. So we're in discussions with governments in Central Asia, like Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, in Southeast Asia, like Indonesia and Thailand, to start applying these technologies. And then also, I think using technology, we were able to remotely verify that these families are actually indeed reducing pollution on the ground by using a combination of IoT smart sensors, machine learning, and blockchain technology, which means that making carbon financing much more accessible to everyone across the board, to people, like Mr. Awajargal and all of our other participants, which ultimately, I think for us, we all know climate change is probably the biggest issue that we're facing as a humanity, but for the way we look at it is that the key to fighting climate change is actually just helping empower communities and making sure that there is broad, equal economic empowerment across the board. And for us to use technology to bridge that gap, to actually enable these households to directly sell their carbon credits to large corporates, I think that's been a really, really amazing sort of breakthrough that we've had in the last year or so. So I think, again, this is just a very big testament to how technology can be applied to real-world problems and make financing and make impact more scalable. And obviously, we need all these companies, all these startups. Technology is usually based on dialogue and people exchanging ideas and actually working together to foster this sort of innovation. So from Eureka's side, we're very happy to participate in this event. I think platforms that provide a venue for people to have these dialogues and challenge the status quo, it's a very important thing. It's a very important establishment, institution. So yeah, thank you for having us. And then I'll be here if you have any more questions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orçlan. Let's give it up for Mr. Orçlan one more time. The technological solutions of Eureka really can be applicable to the foremost challenges that Mongolia is facing. All right, our next speaker is Hayata Okubo-san, who studied at Chuo University and has a rich background in cybersecurity and startup acceleration. After launching his own business as a student and working in cybersecurity sales, Hayata joined Plug and Play Japan when the New Materials program launched in 2021. Since then, he has successfully accelerated over 100 global startups to partner with Japanese manufacturing companies. Let's all welcome Mr. Hayata Okubo.
Okay, hello everybody. First of all, I'd like to say thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to the organizer. I've always wanted to come back to Mongolia. Last time I came here was in May. And this is my first time, but I always meet new people and amazing food and different faces of nature, so I'm totally in love with Mongolia. And surprisingly, everybody speaks Japanese, and sometimes people speak better Japanese than me. And yeah, my name is Hayata. I'm from Plug and Play Japan. So moving on to my presentation. So for those who don't know about Plug and Play, let me begin with the brief introduction of ourselves. Okay, so Plug and Play is the global venture capital and accelerator headquartered in Silicon Valley. So our mission, our vision is to build a world-leading innovation platform and make innovation open and anyone and anywhere. And when you look at Plug and Play by number, we have more than 25 verticals, which are industrial themes such as smart cities, energies, new materials, mobility, etc. And we have 60 locations all over the world, and we have more than 80,000 startup pipelines. And currently we have about 700 employees and 550 corporate partners and about 30 unicorns, including PayPal and Dropbox. And this is our global presence. So we started our business in the US, so we have many offices in the US, of course, but we also expanded our operations in Europe, such as UK or Paris, Germany, etc. And as you can see here, we also have many offices in Asia. So as Plug and Play Global, Asian market is pretty much focused these days. So we opened up Korea office 3 years ago and opened up Uzbekistan office 2 years ago. And we are opening up Malaysia and Philippines this year. And Japan has 3 offices, Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka, and I'm from Kyoto office. And Japan is the 2nd largest office after Silicon Valley. And when it comes to Japan office, we are founded in 2017, and we have made about 20 investment, and we have accelerated more than 1,000 startups. So although we are located in Japan, our activities are quite international, so half of selected startups are from overseas. And we are focusing on these 8 themes, from fintech to food and beverage. So we look at like a software as well as deep tech. And in terms of corporate partners that we are working with, so we have about 45 corporate partners that we are partnering with. So basically they're looking for collaboration with startups and universities to create new businesses. And as you can see here, I don't know how many of you Japanese market, but we have quite diversified portfolio of our companies. So we have companies from financial institute, energy, materials, constructions, and insurance. So if you are like a startups or universities or science park looking for collaboration with Japanese corporates, we are always happy to talk to you guys. And since I'm supposed to talk about how Japan is building a sustainable startup ecosystem and our success stories, so let me begin with kind of overview of a Japanese startup ecosystem. So Japanese startup ecosystem is growing since 2014. And last year, the startup investment has reached around 9 billion USD. So it's quite a lot. And since 2022, when the government announced the 5-year startup development plan, the startup support has been dramatically increasing. So the startup development plan promises that the government, Japan will increase the number of startups and the amount of investment 10 times more. And we're gonna create 100 unicorns by 2027. I don't know if we can achieve it, but the government already promised. And also, we have many advancements for the past few years, but we still see a lot of challenges, such as like a lack of foreign investment. Most of the investment we have in Japan right now is from domestic market. So actually only 8 to 10% is from foreign investor. And also we have a shortage of funding for later stage startups. So we still have a lot of things that we need to work on to have a sustainable startup ecosystem. So I don't think it's not like we are not like very successful ecosystem. We are still under development. Thanks to this support from the private sector and the government, we have about 13 unicorns. And interesting fact is that more than 60% of our unicorns are in deep tech, which means like they're based on the R&D technologies coming from research institute or universities. Then compared to Korea, which is our neighbor country, they have more unicorns, but none of them are in deep tech. So I think it implies Japan has a strong presence in the deep tech field. And also the government has announced that they're gonna allocate 700 million USD budget for deep tech ecosystem. But deep tech is often considered to be very high risk and cost intensive. So that's why people sometimes are reluctant to get into deep tech field. But Japan, as you can see here, we have a strong industrial foundation such as automotive, materials, chemical, etc. Actually, 20% of our GDP comes from manufacturing sector. So we believe that utilizing these existing assets of manufacturing sector, we can kind of empower and boost the deep tech startup ecosystem. So of course the government is encouraging the open innovation between startups and corporates. So in 2020, they announced to offer income deduction equal to 25% of the amount of amount invested in companies. Then since 2023, it has become applicable for M&A. So it implies that they would like to increase the M&A of startups from large corporations. And when it comes to open innovation, we need to understand there are a lot of different objectives for each party. So for example, for startups, depending on their stage and situation, some startups are looking for just a business development or sales opportunities, and some startups are looking for tractions or fundraising opportunities. Some startups are just investigating the market, so they all have different objectives. And also corporates have different objectives. Some corporates want to create completely new businesses, or some corporates want to innovate their existing businesses, or they just want to acquire startups. So the difficult part of open innovation is how we create a win-win relationship between these players by understanding each and identifying the different objectives. So that is the main role of plug and play. So we understand the objectives of startups as well as corporates to create a win-win relationship between them. So we are introducing startups to our corporate partners through our acceleration program or deal flow. But what we have found for the past few years is just introducing startups is not enough to achieve open innovation. So of course, it's important to accelerate startups and provide a mentorship to startups. But also we need to do a lot of things for corporates, because mostly Japanese traditional companies have very old-fashioned mindset or not suitable business processes or structures. So there are many elements that we need to reform. So we believe that there are 4 necessary elements for open innovation, as you can see here. So first one is a partner search, which is simply like an introduction of potential partners such as startups, corporates. It can be maybe universities. And second thing is a strategy and policy development. Without this, the open innovation activity will not be sustainable, because you cannot measure any success. You cannot get the commitment from the top management. And third thing is also important, theme creation and internal transformation. So open innovation requires a lot of engagement from business units and R&D people. So identifying and understanding their needs and getting their support is crucial to have a sustainable open innovation activities. And the last one is exit market and market search and business development. So oftentimes, open innovation gets stuck in a POC or pilot project. So if that happens, then it doesn't make any sense to do these activities because it's not going to generate any revenue. So we would like to make sure that these activities are generating revenue in the future. So we are helping our partners and startups to find the customer needs and end users and also the exit market. It sounds like very complicated, and there are many things to do. So we start from visualizing current status and issues of our corporate partners. So such as vision and strategy, organization, people, business processes, system, culture, external network. So they cannot work on everything at the same time, simultaneously. So we kind of help them to prioritize which section they need to work on in the next few years. Then we kind of set the KPIs, including qualitative and quantitative. Then we try to get the support from their management, because oftentimes open innovation activities get kind of isolated and sometimes get criticized by the existing business unit. So by doing that, fortunately, we got some success cases that we would like to share with you guys today. So first one is the success cases between Daikin and Sensio Air. Daikin, as you may know, they're the leading air conditioning manufacturing company. So they were looking for some solutions that can detect allergen, including like a pollen or a cypress tree or mold that exists in Japan. But they didn't have a technology, so they asked us to look for these like sensing technologies. And we found a Sensio Air they are basically providing a technology to detect allergen in real time, while the conventional technology takes 1 to 2 weeks to get the result. So after working on the project, they decided to bundle their services together and sell it to their customers. So as a result of this project, Daikin successfully expanded their business outside of their market, outside of their existing market, and also successfully added the new value to their customers. And Sensio Air got the recurring revenue from this activity. So this was very win-win relationship. And another example that I want to share with you guys is the collaboration study between Sekisui and Meta and Lattice. So maybe you guys know Sekisui. Sekisui is a chemical manufacturing company providing car parts or construction materials. And due to the increase of 5G and 6G demand, they were looking for flexible radio wave reflection film. And they found, we introduced Meta through our activities, and they started working on it. So Meta is specialized in the metamaterial designing. So they did a POC, and it was successful. And the second step, Sekisui was looking for solutions to help them to deploy this solution that they created with Meta, because it was just a material design, so they needed to optimize for 5G and 6G and deploy it in real life. And they started working with Lattice, and they signed a capital and business partnership, and they successfully implemented this 5G, 6G flexible radio wave solution in real life. So this was very important case for us, because it was cross-value chain collaboration. So it was not the collaboration between one company and one startup. It was end-to-end, so to fill the gap between the supply chains. So we would like to keep producing this kind of successful cases, because without value chain linkage, so if upstream startup developing just the new materials is trying to implement their solutions in society, they need a lot of partners like midstream processing companies, and also they need the customers to buy their products. So if customers, like end user, is lacking, they may end up developing the products that nobody wants. And if there is a lack of midstream, upstream companies, they may end up facing technical gap. Maybe they cannot mass produce their products. So we would like to make sure that they have everybody that they need in supply chain. So that's why we are kind of organizing this kind of cross-vertical event once in a while. So this was the event inviting Sekisui from chemical industry, Suzuki from automotive, and Mitsubishi Electric from electronics, and Obayashi from construction industry. So the presenters are all executives. So they discussed how they can achieve decarbonization by collaborating with each other across the industries. As a result of this event, we have created one project that is developing sustainable materials made out of rice waste. So now they are working on a POC. So when it comes to collaboration between Japan and Mongolia, I think it's not only cross-vertical or cross-value chain, but also we can utilize Mongolia as a sandbox ecosystem to solve their social issues and to implement the new technologies from Japan. So as I mentioned, the government is investing so much money to develop new technologies coming from university and research institutes. So we have many technologies in space tech, new energy, next-gen mobility, or next-gen food. But Japanese market is quite regulated. We cannot fly drones. We cannot test new materials easily. So a lot of startups are facing this challenge. Then when I first came to Mongolia, I saw so many social issues that immediately need to be addressed. So I was kind of thinking that if we can bring Japanese innovative startups to Mongolian market to solve social issues and validate their products, and they can maybe expand it to other markets in Central Asia, I think that we can create a win-win relationship in open innovation activities between Mongolia and Japan. So I'm very glad to be here, and I'm very excited to network with you guys after this presentation. So in summary, so we are a global open innovation platform. So if you're looking for collaboration with Japanese corporations, or if you're looking for global expansions, we are always happy to discuss with you guys. So thank you so much for listening. And I'm very excited to network with you guys later. Thank you.
I'm going to stay down here. Thank you very much, Haita Okubo-san. Mongolia would be happy to host and bring in Japanese innovative startups, I'm sure. Okay, just a reminder to everybody here, we have a gala dinner and a special celebration at the end of session 4, so I would kindly ask everyone to remain here until then. We are now ready to transition into the panel discussion of session 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the moderator for the panel discussion. Leading this discussion is going to be Mr. Urbolt Beira. He's the Startup and Innovation Policy Analyst at the Ministry of Economy and Development. With his expertise and experience, he is sure to guide us through an engaging and insightful conversation. Let's all welcome our moderator, Mr. Beira. Now, please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists to join the discussion. First one is Mr. Tapan Mishra, United Nations Resident Coordinator. Mr. Haita Okubo, Plug and Play Japan. Mr. Orchlung Inchitsik, Founder and CEO at Eureka. Ms. Minda Maglang Ponsuk Project Coordinator and Director for European Union, Darkhang Innovation and Entrepreneurship Hub. All right, over to you, Mr. Beira.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to moderate this session about sustainable innovation. So we have 4 distinguished panelists who bring a wealth of experiences in this field. And thank you all for being here. So I'd like to start our discussion with Mr. Tapan Mishra. Mr. Mishra, hello. How can science and technology parks can collaborate with UN to promote green technologies?
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you, Uribold, for this wonderful question. As you know that the United Nations has been a strong multilateral organization throughout the world in creating opportunities for development for all the 193 member countries. So I'll give you 3 facets of this question. One is that globally this year, in 2024, in September, there is a Summit of the Future which creates the opportunity for all the 193 countries around the world, including Mongolia, to have opportunity to redefine the future. There are 5 chapters in that Summit of the Future. The first is about sustainable development, including sustainable financing for the future. Second is about peace and security, which is essential to do any development. Third, and most importantly to your question, is science, technology, innovation, and digital transformation. This is where we are trying to focus about how do we leverage science, technology, innovation, and digital technologies to really transform the world. So that's the third. Fourth is youth and the future generations, which is they are the people who are the frontier of taking this on as going beyond. It's not the point is that business as usual, but creating new opportunities through creativity and innovation in leveraging science, technology, innovation, and the digital sciences towards that. And the fifth one is global governance. So this global forum provides, through the UN's leadership, bringing all the world leaders together for the future generations to redefine the way we build inclusive and sustainable development of the future. So that's the first facet. The second facet, let me bring you to Mongolia. Mongolia, the land of open blue skies, Selmek Huktenger, and we saw Orchlon's presentation about moving from coal to solar and other facilities. Mongolia has after the 90s, in 92, with the new constitution, with the market economy and a democratic things, moved forward in a lot of innovations and things moving forward. But I still feel that although there's been a strong emphasis on science education, including we have a Mongolian University of Science and Technology, we have a Mongolian Academy of Sciences, and many others. And we find that in the 3.45 million Mongolians we have, 72% women go for tertiary education. There's a huge amount of opportunity, but yet we find that Mongolia's application of sciences in what we do in inclusive and sustainable development is not adequate. Where we talked about the energy sector, we see how we are still dependent on coal and creating more problems than solutions. How we are not leveraging 260 days of bright Narni Gerel or SELC to leverage technology for energy needs. We are still working on coal-fired plants, right? So we are not leveraging. Look at our exports. 85% of our cashmere goes as raw material to our southern neighbor. Look at our mineral sector. Look at all our exports are primarily going as raw material. The amount of value-added production of services and products is very limited. And we are losing the economic value, both of the minerals as well as the animal, whether wool, cashmere, tarak, everything put together. All that we are losing those economic value, we are losing the employment opportunities for the youth and the women. So we have the opportunity for leveraging science and technology. We have the capacity. We have a high degree of educated people in science technology. But where we are lacking is the application of science technology in our life and development. And the third facet is there. If you look at it, I was already challenging Orchalon. I have been now to the most remote areas of Mongolia to see how the Satang community, which is the reindeer people, live in the northern, western, Barun Thag and Zung Thag in the Darkhan Valley in Hufskul, where the schools are uninhabitable. The children cannot stay in schools and dormitories because it's so cold. And they're unable to, their only fuel is wood. And they're cutting down trees for the wood. And they cannot continue the education in such difficult conditions. How can we leverage technologies like things like geothermal or other technologies that we can be innovative in our approach? How can we transform our education on creative innovation in applied? How can we more? We have 85 million mal last summer. We have about 65 million mal in the mulching, right? We have 1/3 of the population mulching. And yet, we are importing importing milk powder from not only Russia, but even New Zealand. How strange. Juve, right? We're not even looking at the way that how can we really become an exporter of value-added products and services. So leveraging science, technology, innovation, my challenge to Mongolia is with this youth, with the science, technology, innovation, education that we have, how do we apply it to communities? How do we make, we have 28 million Yama. What do we do with Yamani Su, Yamani Bishlik? Thick, zero, no exports, right? And milk, goat milk and goat cheese is a high premium product in the Western markets. We do nothing with it. So somehow we need to make our efficiency, effectiveness, and the ability to transform our productivity into profitability and prosperity for a Chinelik mulching and Geralt Redway, for a prosperous herders, for a bright future, can be realized through science, technology, innovation. So I'm very hopeful, I'm an optimist, and I hope for a Geralt Redway for Mongolia, and I'm willing to work with anybody who picks up my challenge to leverage science, technology, innovation to transform Mongolia's economy from being an exporter of raw material to high quality product services with value addition. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mashra. As you know, today here we have many science and technology park leaders. And my second question to you is, what advice would you give to SDP, science and technology park leaders looking to align their sustainability goals with the United Nations SDG goals?
So to continue in the same realm, so my humble advice to the science technology parks is that we need to really take science from the classrooms to the laboratories to the actual field of making it happen. Apply science to our, as I said, value-added processing. We saw some good examples, whether it's energy, whether it's the digital transformation. How can we use science, technology, and innovation? The first thing we want to change people is their mindsets, because we are deeply rooted in our culture. We have a strong nomadic, rich culture that we have. We have not changed our herding practices in centuries. We still do the otter migration during old, with hardly anything for animals to eat. They're still open in old Joe in the cold climates, and animals are dying every zood. We're not doing that. So for the science technology parks, my humble advice is that let's work together. The first thing we need to change is mindsets. Science, technology, innovation is great, but we need to have a creative mindset. We need to find out why should we use, because science, technology is only means, it's not the end. It's a means to an end. It's like a knife that you can use for cutting fruits or vegetables or cutting meat to killing people, right? So we can, how do we use that? So how do we apply these science parks in moving the education and from the classrooms through the mindsets to applying it in the field, seeing the output of it, helping inclusive and sustainable development happen for prosperity of people in Mongolia. That's where I want science parks to do, not as exhibitions, but as applied to lead to economic development and socioeconomic progress for Mongolia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mashra. So my next, let's move on to Mr. Orchlon from Urika. My question for you is, what emerging trends in renewable energy and climate tech do you believe will have the most significant impact on sustainable development in the coming years? Yes.
So I've been in the energy sector maybe the last 15 years. In terms of energy transition, for me it's no longer about the technology. I think there's two things that need more innovation when it comes to energy transition. One, I think, is more of a social engineering. So globally, everyone talks about the energy transition. Everyone talks about how we need to make the energy transition more inclusive and just, and how we need to develop smart grids. And it's, for a very long time, it hasn't been about the technology itself. So we've had solar panels, just as good as they are 10 years ago. We have batteries. We have energy storage in all kinds of form. And it's how do you combine them, and then how do you make them work in a way that's practical and that is basically workable by the people on the ground that will be using those solutions, right? So for me, look, I think when we look at the GEAR districts, as I said, we have 100,000 GEARs people living in GEARs, 100,000 families that live in GEARs. And then that means 100,000 families burning coal every day, which for us, it's a big problem, right? What technology is meant to do, I think, is connect problems with solutions. And for us, I think the cool thing was we really sort of changed the paradigm on how you look at the care district. So one of the cool things about technology for me as well is using technology, you can turn a problem into an opportunity, right? It's the science and technology combined in the right way. It's the fastest way, I think, that we as a humanity can take what we thought of as a problem and turn it into an opportunity, right? So we have 100,000 households that burn coal every day, which means we have 100,000 households that produce maybe 20 tons of CO2 emissions every year, right? And that's a big problem. But another way to look at it is you have 100,000 families. There's an opportunity to stop 100,000 families from burning 20 tons of coal per year, right? Which means we have an opportunity to reduce 2 million tons of CO2 every year. And it's such an easy, low-hanging fruit for us as well, because as I said, the technology is there. I think the biggest question for us is, how do you make it more affordable for those families to use that technology, to use the solar panels, the batteries, instead of burning coal? And that's where I think, for us, we need to focus on really understanding the problem itself. And again, I think this is where, forums like science technology parks are really, really important because, for us, as cliche as it sounds, when we were trying to build the IoT sensors to see if we can monitor and to see if we can verify that there's no pollution being produced at the household level. You know, it's very cliche, but we started in my garage, right? That's where, you know, we bought the components and all the co-founders, we spent hours trying to build sensors that could detect CO2, and then, you know, how do we reverse engineer it to make sure that we can actually detect non-burning coal happening, right? So having this sort of forum where people can, again, get together, discuss ideas, and really challenge the status quo, I think that's very important. And again, you know, using technology to really look at the social aspects as well. I think that's something that goes a bit sort of under-regarded a bit as well.
Okay, thank you. Based on your startup journey experience, what do you see as the biggest challenge for renewable energy startups today?
Again, I think it's how do we build confidence in renewable energy? And for us, that was very important because we had this idea that it's so like in retrospect, it's so simple when you look at the pictures and when you look at the video, you go like, why wasn't this done before? Like, it's so easy. You can just buy a panel and you have electric heaters and there's a battery, and then you can just replace your coal stove, right? And you have savings in coal usage, you have savings in coal subsidy, you have a much better, cleaner environment that you live in, and then you're able to, you know, get a lot of other benefits around financials, etc. But unless someone goes and does it, you know, it's all on paper, it's all hypothetical, it's all academic, right? So for us, I think the biggest impediment to scaling renewable energy, especially in developing countries like Mongolia, is building confidence in the technologies and also trying to find ways to make that energy transition more accessible for people on the ground, like the people that you saw on the screen, right? And it's very difficult to go and convince someone that's, you know, they don't know where they're going to get food or water from in 1 week's time, in 1 month's time, because they don't have steady employment. And you go and talk to them about climate change. Of course, you know, the feedback that we receive is, of course, I don't want to be dealing with coal every day, right? Because these people, they have to wake up at least twice a night to put in new coal. And there's a lot of air pollution, there's a lot of dirt on their clothes, etc. So no one likes living like that, right? But at the end of the day, as much as they want to transition to clean energy, they can't afford it. And it's just not a priority for them to transition to clean energy, right? So then again, you know, it's how do you make that financing more accessible and more affordable to families? And then how do you just get on with it to provide the confidence that solar panel renewable systems can actually be a viable alternative to fossil fuels and coal burning?
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to turn to Mr. Okubu-san from Plug and Play. Can you tell us a notable collaboration between Plug and Play Japan or Plug and Play and a deep tech startup that resulted successful, sustainable innovation?
Good question. So I think there are some projects that we cannot disclose, but I think at Plug and Play we have some cases that companies are, as I mentioned, collaborating across the industries. So for example, plastic recycling case, so I don't know if it's not related to energy, but it's okay? Okay, yeah, so in case of plastic recycling project, so we have like a consortium that chemical companies are joining and distributors are joining, and also automotive companies are joining and startups are joining, so to build the complete supply chain. So I think in order to achieve the sustainability, just working between one corporate or one partner is not enough. So I strongly believe that building a consortium is quite important. And another reason is that if you build a consortium, you have more power to the government. So in Japan, there are a lot of cases, large corporations are building consortium and doing a lobbying activities to the government. So, but in case of Mongolia, I don't see that kind of activities yet. Like each corporate is doing their own activity, and they don't want to. They're kind of lack of co-creation mindset. So, as Plug and Play, we have a lot of experiences of promoting open innovation. So. That's why we are quite interested in this market to promote co-creation mindset and achieve the sustainability here.
Thank you. My next question for you is, what challenges do deep tech companies face in growing their sustainable ideas, and what do you think, how science and technology parks can assist them?
Good question. So I think maybe I can bring up the example of Kyoto Research Park. So now Plug and Play Kyoto is based in Kyoto Research Park, which is a science park in Kyoto. And they are not, I think they are not just providing an incubation service. So I think what's important is, as well as incubation service, they also should provide for example, like a mass production services, a pilot production services. So a lot of Japanese research parks are providing like a rental factories or rental warehouse. So these assets, these facilities are quite important for deep tech startups to kind of validate their technology and grow out of the laboratory. So I think that's something that Science Park can work on. And in Japan, there are a lot of cases that science parks are utilizing the pre-existing facilities of large corporations. So in case of Kyoto Research Park, they are utilizing the facilities of Osaka Gas, which is the oil and gas company in Japan. So it used to be a R&D facility for Osaka Gas, and now it's turned into the research park.
Thank you very much. And finally, I'd like to address Mrs. Menda Molan from Darhang Innovation Hub. Could you please give us a brief introduction about your initiative and what sustainable practices have been implemented in Darhang Innovation Hub?
So I would like to start about our city. Darhang city is the second largest city of Mongolia, which is hub of economy, industry, and science and technology in central region of Mongolia, and also it's located in central cropping zone of Mongolia. As I remember that the Mongolian government approved the resolution to establish industry and technology park in 2003, and there is, I can say that there is nothing well happened since then. And because in my opinion, it is not a work up to bottom. So University of Life Science in Mongolia and our team really wanted to be a pioneering in this sector. So at that time, we had just very nice idea and the concept and the small team, but we didn't have any money and budget. So we looked for searching to find the appropriate budget to start our ideas, to be, the concept to become true. And luckily we find the call for city-to-city partnership from the European Commission. And finally, after many efforts, we got the award for 3 million euros. And then we started our friendship project, which is titled in Strengthening EU-Darhang Cooperation through Equitable, Resilient, and Innovative Growth in Darhang province. So, you know, Darhang province, comparing to other provinces, we have many resources such as many universities and institute of plant and leading institute, research institute of plant and agricultural science, and also the Genebank of the animal husbandry, and also the biggest metal processing industry and tannery industries. So that's the the history of our hub, and now we are the out of 4 main pillars, the one pillar is designated to creating sustainable ecosystem and the startup ecosystem in the whole province. And then we established our hub and incubating almost 10 startups, and 4 also they deal with supporting 6 pilot projects. And we have already supported the seed fund over 1 billion for these startups and pilot projects.
And about what sustainable practices have you been implemented?
Actually, the Friendship Project itself a tool for strengthening SDG localization and accelerating NDC. So all our startups is in green technology, environmental technology, such as, for example, one of our incubating startup is soil pot with biochar, which is supporting the tree planting. And also we have one startup for smokeless double combustion stove. And also we have one startup for 4-season smart greenhouse for planting mushroom, and the bee farming, and also the agri-monitoring, etc.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mendamoğlu, and thank you for all our panelists for valuable insights. And here our panel discussion is closing, and thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Let's give it up one more time for our panelists and moderator, Mr. Bayra. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a slight change in schedule. We're running a bit late, so in order to get back on time and to uphold our punctuality a little bit, we're going to be postponing the signing of MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, and the coffee break until after session 3. And so we'll move on to session 3 right away. The topic will be on innovation through partnerships, global partnership, and commercialization. Our first speaker is Ms. Dildora Nasibulaeva. Excuse my pronunciation. She's the head of international relations at IT Park Uzbekistan, with a master's in economics and management in ICT and over 2 years of experience at IT Park. She has played a key role in enhancing the park's global presence. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Dildora Nasibulaeva.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, good afternoon. It's great honor for me to represent IT Park Uzbekistan and discuss the topic of fostering global cooperation for innovation and progress. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all organizers for inviting IT Park Uzbekistan to participate in ASPA's annual conference. This platform provides an invaluable opportunity to share our experiences, to learn from our global peers, and explore further collaborations. Uzbekistan, a nation with a rich historical background, is rapidly becoming a dynamic in technological sector. Today, I will outline Uzbekistan's progress in technology sector and share our strategic vision. My primary focus will be on showcasing the collaboration models IT Park Uzbekistan is implementing to foster innovation and go globally. I begin by acknowledging our heritage. Uzbekistan is no stranger to intellectual progress. It is the birthplace of Muhammad al-Khwarizmi, which is recognized as the father of algebra. His work was foundation for modern computational methods. This legacy is rooted in our cultural identity, and now it continues to inspire us on our contemporary goals. Today, Uzbekistan aspires to become a developing and leading technological center. Uzbekistan's development is remarkable. With a population exceeding 37 million people, nearly complete internet coverage, and a swiftly expanding IT sector, the country is strategically situated in the heart of Central Asia. Uzbekistan's time zone conveniently overlaps with several major markets, including Europe, MENA, and Asian region, which can be also advantages for international businesses having their operations with multiple geographical areas. Furthermore, our youth population with 60% under the age of 30 is considered as our crucial asset. This is driving innovation and contributing to the development of strong digital economy. Looking ahead, Uzbekistan's 2030 strategy is centered on making Uzbekistan as a global IT hub. IT Park Uzbekistan has several ambitious objectives, including the reach of 5 billion exports of IT services, preparing talent pool of 100,000 people, creating support for 1,000 IT and service foreign companies. This strategy is not only about the growth, but it's also about creating a sustainable system which can encourage creativity, supports startups, and attracts global participants. Our most valuable resource is considered as human capital. Uzbekistan is investing significantly in developing its human potential. With 84 IT universities and 25,000 IT graduates annually, we are building a skilled workforce which can meet the demands of digital world. Initiatives like 1 million Uzbek coders, English-speaking nation, IT nation, and our emphasis on multilingual education are also the examples that our talent is considered as competitive and competent. To draw and retain the global partners, Uzbekistan offers several government-backed incentives. This can include tax exemptions, tax reductions, reimbursement of expenses for businesses, and supporting the establishment of business in Uzbekistan. For the last years, we have simplified the procedures to establish regional headquarters of international companies in Uzbekistan. Our commitment is to create a business environment where businesses can flourish, innovate, and expand their global reach. Uzbekistan's IT export landscape is considered as diverse. For example, there is a substantial growth in several services, starting from IT services, business process outsourcing services, game dev technologies, and software products. Our primary export markets are North American countries, European Union, UK, CIS and APAC, with growing presence in MENA region. There is another evidence that we are getting succeed in collaboration with our global cooperation with our global partners. For example, there is evident that the number of IT Park members and the companies with foreign capital is significantly increasing. And also we can observe that the export volume of IT-enabled services for the last few years has increased dramatically, reaching $344 million for the last year. Uzbekistan is also developing, thriving the startup ecosystem. There were held over 700 events for the development of startups in Uzbekistan. For example, they include competitions, hackathons, educational lectures, workshops, and other events. So there is another interesting project that we can offer together with our global partners. Our partners and we are eager to co-invest in startups that are ready to open their regional sales offices or development offices. This average check of investment can range from $150,000 to $400,000, which also is considered as evident that we are committed to support the startup ecosystem together with our global partners. Development of human potential remains as a cornerstone of Uzbekistan's strategy. Uzbekistan, for example, will host the International Olympiad in Informatics in 2026, which also shows the position of Uzbekistan globally. With 46 incubation centers and universities and pool of over 400 startups, Uzbekistan is also becoming a forge of talent. Our education institutions are equipping the students with the skills needed in global companies. For example, Amity University, Inha University, Webster University, and the first online IT Park University having their crucial role in preparing IT specialists in Uzbekistan. To realize our vision of Uzbekistan as a global technology hub, we understand the crucial role of global collaboration. IT Park Uzbekistan is actively engaged in global cooperation with several countries, with global entities to foster innovation and market expansion. Our partnership strategies can include joint events, joint projects. It can include knowledge and expertise sharing, talent exchange, and investment partnerships. By cultivating these partnerships, we aim to create an ecosystem where Uzbekistan can contribute meaningfully on global landscape of technological sector. In conclusion, I can say that Uzbekistan is on an exciting way to become a developing technological sector and have a leading force on global stage. We believe that global cooperation is essential for innovation and progress. We all invite you to explore these opportunities that Uzbekistan offers. Finally, I would like to extend a warm invitation to each of you to join us at ICT Week Uzbekistan 2024, which takes place from September 17 to 20 in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. This is the excellent opportunity to witness the innovation, talent, and the progress that you can collaborate and collaboration opportunities with partners. Thank you for your attention, and IT Park Uzbekistan will hope for productive collaboration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nasibullaeva. Just for your information, there's another event that's happening in parallel on 23rd floor. The board members of Asian Space Park Administration is in the process of evaluating the 4 finalists for ASPA Awards 2024. And so we'll present these awards at the gala dinner tonight. So look forward to that. Our next speaker is Professor Jun-Suk Seo, a professor at Hanbat National University and an expert in technology management. Professor Seo holds PhD in technology management and has a diverse background in investment banking, academia, and innovation. Please welcome Professor Jun-Suk Seo.
Thank you very much for kind introduction. It's a very great honor to have this opportunity to make presentation in front of the very important people in STP industry all over the world, especially Asia. My topic is about the commercialization. So as Presider introduced me, I had various experience in the commercialization area. Actually, I started, let me briefly explain myself. I was the investment bankers for 12 years. After that, I joined the public project as the founder of the project, that of Innopolis, 2005, and I worked for the organization for 17 years. Then I moved to the university as a tenure professor in 2021. So, I learned a lot and I experienced a lot about commercialization. First of all, I would like to ask you one question. I guess you know what commercialization is. What is the commercialization? In short, I think commercialization means to make money, right? To make money with technology. How you can make money with technology? It's simple, right? Sell technology or make a product using the technology and sell the product, okay? Or set up a company with that technology and same thing, do same things, making a product and sell the product to the customers. That's the commercialization. So one of the major goals is in Science and Technology Park, I guess, is to commercialize R&D result. Or briefly, main goal is, I think, is to create job, right? Create job and make money in the Science and Technology Park through the company mostly. So how can you do that kind of things? So why introduce these kind of things? I'm explaining the main reason to transform Daedok Science Town to the innovation cluster called Daedok Innopolis. That's the main reason. To facilitate commercialization. Why? let's start with my slide, okay? All right, my presentation consists of 5. Data Innopolis, introduction Data Innopolis, and basic concept of commercialization process, and then activity for commercialization in Data Innopolis. And I'd like to focus more on the specific process and method for making commercialization successfully through the research institute spin-off company, let's say. And then finally, I will touch the market development support for kind of global, commercialization. All right. So I wonder whether you hear about the Daedo Innopolis. Daedo is the right center of South Korea, in the south. Seoul, up from the Daejeon. It takes 1 hour by high-speed train and 2 hours by bus. Daedo Innopolis is located in the north part of the Daejeon metropolitan city, 10% of the Daejeon metropolitan city, 70 square kilometers. But after 2005, actually Daejeon started as just science town with Zone 1. South Korea was very poor countries in 1970 something. We are poor, but central government decided to make our own technology through the science park. So central government brought into the all, government research institute in one area to share knowledge and to use the limited resources effectively. Anyway, so it started in 1973, and then government spent lots of money for making technology through the government research institute. They produce technology and technology. But government find out that what? Government found out just technology. They're making money through the technology is very limited and small. Yeah, and scientists and researchers are satisfied with producing technology, just producing technology. They don't care about making money through technology they develop. They just feel enough. So, 2005, central government decided to transform science town to the innovation cluster, means the business arena. After extending from the just zone 1 to the zone 5 with the additional 4 zones. So they developed the industrial area for the company to attract high-tech company, and they developed undeveloped area for making a new places for industries, something like this. Okay, so people, there is nothing, but as you can see, the current situation, very nice building, and research institute existed, since 1973, but modernized maybe, so nice view. But anyway, it was a very bad situation in terms of commercialization. That's why I told you the government decided to change the mood of the Daejeon Science Town to the Innopolis. So this is a snapshot of the change in Daejeon Innopolis after 2005. 2005, the number of companies, 700 something. Now over 2,000. Revenue, almost 30 times. And number of employees, almost 4 times. And listed company in Kosdaq, like Nasdaq, from 11 to 56. And what else? Number of patents, this is a big, our headache, right? So 2005, even 2005, 22,000. Currently, 83,000 patents. Every year, Daejeon Innopolis produce more than 1,000 registered patents, over 1,000. Huge money. Those patents are made through the government, expenses. That means the people's money. And number of patent overseas, even the patent registered in overseas, very big. This is a wrong number, less than that one, and etc. Okay, let's move the other. So the goal of data inner policy is to become the world-class innovation. To do that, our first goal is commercialized R&D result. There are lots of technologies, but commercialization was weak. So let me show you this pattern, the chart. End of 2022, the number of technology 83,000. Before that, 80. Before, 71. You can see how many new technology registered in a year, more than 1,000, right? So after Data Innopolis was established, we tried to make a good commercialization process. How we made the commercialization process based on this basic concept. This is ideas suggested by the V.K. Jolie. This called the commercialization process for new technology. It starts from the imagination to the sustaining. So commercialization starts with the idea, right? But idea doesn't mean just idea. Idea means technology, right? So when we talk about the commercialization and the idea is technology, of course. So technology have to be, but the technology in the beginning is very premature. So they have to be incubated and then demonstrate with product. After that, the demonstration is proved, manufacture, selling. This is the basic process. So what we did, this is a kind of commercialization success funnel process. Data Innopolis project start from here. What organization do this? Research institute and universities. University and research institute have produced new technology, right? Either basic or applied area. So they, registered. So what Innopolis do from the beginning, they try to discover good technology which can be matched with industries. But the business data Innopolis is very tough. Why? Good technology in the research institute and university are dealt with themselves. They don't disclose, they don't open their good technology to others. Why? They want to make money themselves. Then they can increase their profit, right? So, but what about other technology? They fail to commercialize themselves. Who deal with that? That's the waste of the, taxes, revenue, the public money. So what Data Innopolis do? They deal with kind of, let's say, leftover technology. What leftover technology? Technology that developer in research institute gave up for commercializing themselves. So they select those leftover technology from research institute and universities and make a list of the, technology, and like this, discovery. After that, they try to match those technology with the companies. And after the match or, spin off or the new company show up or existing company buy the technology, whatever, this is the basic process, right? Acceleration, market, support programs, blah, blah, blah. This is the, conventional process for commercialization support. All right, so to do that, the Data Innopolis run the various accelerating and incubation program from the technology discovery support and technology assessment support for the potential buyer. for new technology. So they run various technology forum, exhibition, technology valuation for selling the technology to the potential buyer, blah, 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 blah. So this is a program, how they run the kind of tech firm research desk like this, and event on posting on the website, etc., to find a buyer for technology, laptop technology. This is the accelerator. As actually we had a very good workshop yesterday. As I mentioned, Data Innopolis is very limited organization in terms of resources. They have a limited number of employees, so they cannot do everything from the beginning to the end. So they have to outsource. They have money from the government, so they outsource many commercialization service program to the private expert. They hire, give money. Then they ask the private expert to find a private company, the company for wanting to have the technology from the Government Research Institute, etc. So they work with the private commercialization service provider, and they work with the universities, etc. So unique system, actually to do commercialization, the technology have to be sold to the private company, right? So how? As I mentioned, Innopolis find a laptop technology and analyzing and evaluating the price of the technology, and then they try to match how. If a company find a good technology from the public sector, and then he buy the technology and try to make a product, they give them the little small money subsidy to that's called RMBD fund, Research and Business Development Fund. So with that money, the company having that technology from the GRI can, make the prototype. So this is the basic concept. So from now on, I would like to focus more on the specific tool for commercializing Government Research Institute through the private company. Let's say Research Institute spin-off. What Research Institute spin-off? Research Institute spin-off is the company that provides over 10% of ownership to GRI in exchange for getting the GRI intellectual property and has the headquarters in Data Innopolis. Finish. Okay. Very short. All right. So there's three ways how establish the research institute spin-off. Existing company can, set up a new company with a new technology, because this is the way. Then they give the shares to the Government Research Institute. So Government Research Institute can have the ownership of the new technology from the existing one. And the other one is transformation. Existing company can transform into the spin-off company. How? Increase their capitals with new investment, like the in-kind investments through the intellectual property from Government Research Institute. The other one, the startup type, is a normal individual can become the owner of the research institute spin-off. How? He himself invest his cash and buy the technology from the research institute, something like that, and give the shares to the private government research institute. So there's lots of incentives to the GRI spin-off, government research institute spin-off, as other program, but I don't think this is a very good important factor. This is the graph about the number of the research spin-off. The Data Innopolis starts in 2006. Research institute spin-off company almost zero. Even though this is a good tool, I told you, why 0, 0, 0, 0? Then in a certain period of time, after a certain period of time, increased dramatically. Why? I told you. I will tell you. Why research institute spin-off, number of spin-off increased dramatically? Because we advertise to the existing company. Existing company found out that to have the new growth engine, they need a new technology, but they don't have the money to develop their own technology. So they try to find new technology from the government sectors, but they don't have any support. They don't know where the technology they want is. But Innopolis, I told you to collect the data and hire the people and find a company with the new technologies. So first, discover private, the most appropriate technologies to companies that are looking for the innovative technology that can serve as a new growth engine, and etc. So you can read later on. So we have a very big success story. The number one, the spin-off company, luckily this company is listed. Actually, this company is established in 2006 with 10 people and paid capital almost 1 million, less than 1.5 million US dollars. Listed 2015. Currently, the end of 2003, employee 500 more than. Revenue is 30 million, 370 million more than. And this company's capitalization before, their share went down. 1 billion unicorn. It became the unicorn company. Then researcher and research institute. What happened to research institute and the developer? The researcher who developed this technology and the research institute hold this technology got more than 20 million US dollars after selling their shares. This is a new tool for the Common Research Institute to make money. So it's very good. And after that, we helped the company to, enter the new market with our program. So this is me when I was the executive director of the Data Innopolis. So the Data Innopolis run the inbound marketing support and outbound marketing support. So they invite a company from overseas to the Innopolis or vice versa to help extend their marketing and global commercialization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Junsok Seo. All right, and thank you everyone for your patience. Let's pick up the pace with our panel discussion of this session. Leading our panel discussion is Ms. Timutlan Bayra, Digital Economy Coordinating Consultant at the World Bank Group and board member of the Business Council of Mongolia. With a strong background in digital economy policy and strategic partnerships, Timutlan has played a key role in initiatives like the mining to mine policy and the entry of global tech giants into Mongolia. Let's all welcome Ms. Timutlan Bayra. I would now like to invite our esteemed panelists to the stage. Ms. Diltora Nasibullaeva, Head of International Relations at IT Park, Uzbekistan. Professor Junsok Seo, Professor in the Department of Industry Academia Convergence at Khambat National University. And Ms. Baisatlan Saranjal, General Secretary of the Mongolian National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And our last panelist, but not least, is Mr. Ogenbayer Tumurho, Director of International Relations and Social Partnership at the Mongolian University of Science and Technology. And over to you, Ms. Bayra.
1, 2, 1, 2. Very good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to host this session as a moderator. My name is Timutlang. I've had the pleasure of working for the National University of Singapore for a few years back in Singapore. During my time, I've had the privilege of working at actually Technology Transfer Office and was able to actually commercialize an academic patent to a Malaysian company, technology company. So as a, on a personal level, I've had the privilege of actually experiencing the beauty of innovation and the commercialization process. Now, allow me to delve right into the theme of today's discussion during the session. So our panel discussion will focus on identifying successful models for science and technology parks in fostering global partnerships, accelerating innovation, and commercializing research. We will explore the impact of STP development and commercialization and R&D processes with an emphasis on practical strategies and real-world examples. So I'd like to invite our panelists to help me address those issues, and we'll be able to wrap it up in 30 minutes. So let's have a super focused discussion. So starting from maybe Ms. Dildora Nasibuleva. So allow me to maybe address you, Ms. Dildora. It's fine, right? Yeah. So Ms. Dildora, we are very curious about learning more about the Uzbekistan IT Park in the context of perhaps innovation ecosystem. What are some of the best practices and leading examples that are coming from your way, because you've sort of shared with us overall the country's ecosystem, the market ecosystem, but perhaps share with us a few examples, real-world examples, beyond perhaps information technology, if I may invite you to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Yes, according to my presentation, I have mentioned several fields that are working to facilitate in IT sector in general. Let me mention some countries, foreign experience that we have learned while we initiated the IT Park launch. IT Park was in general launched in 2019. Actually, that was of course also the result of our foreign experience exchange. It was the start with Indian experience, why the government head of Uzbekistan visited India. He was amused of the experience of our Indian colleagues on outsourcing services, how they are creating working places. And we have learned the experience of other countries. And after the initiative of IT Park Uzbekistan, we have been in collaboration with other countries as well. For example, South Korea. For example, we have just today signed a memorandum of understanding with our Mongolian colleagues, IT Park Mongolia, where we decided to cooperate directly for our mutually cooperation in the field of information technology and exchange of experience. And actually, I would provide, I think that it's better to provide some examples in case of companies or in case of international players, global players. For example, in 2019, while one of the biggest software producers, software products or software outsourcers, EPAM Systems, where the headquarters of this company is considered in the US, entered the market of Uzbekistan. This became a cornerstone for the trust of other international companies as well. So now the company is widening their operation in Uzbekistan. After this, the other international companies as well are believing that there is a huge potential in Uzbekistan using the human capital, governmental incentives provided, and programs for the support of startup projects. Another example can be the launch of representative office of Plug and Play. I would say that there is also the accelerator having several its locations across the world. Its launch was representative launch of Plug and Play Uzbekistan was in 2022. This was also the result. This was also resulting in the acceleration of our startup projects. So if our vision was incubating startup projects in 2017, now we have a bit changed our vision to help to facilitate the startup project to go globally. So in this case, in this regard, Plug and Play is playing a crucial role, and which is also providing a trust for other projects and international players. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. You seem to be at a very exciting stage of your growth, of your ecosystem in the region, and we look forward to learning more from the Uzbekistan IT Park.
I invite you to Uzbekistan.
Moving on to Dr. Junseok. So, in my previous role at the Ministry of Digital Development and Communications as an advisor, we worked on digital economy development strategy, and we've looked to a few successful cases of countries such as Kazakhstan to Uzbekistan, as far as USA, Silicon Valley, to Lithuania even. And we have also had the privilege to look into South Korea. It was a very interesting case, obviously. We've looked to some of the successful or more of a larger science parks, and also special economy zones like Songdo district. Tell us a bit more about the broader ecosystem of South Korea, how open it is to global players or regional players. Is there any opportunity for us to perhaps launchpad at perhaps Innopolis to beyond? Where else can we look for opportunities? Thank you.
Okay. Since Korea is a small country and Korea economy is export-oriented economy, so we are very quite open to the collaboration with overseas partners. So there are lots of science park and technology park and Innopolis nationwide. Most of science park and techno park are eager to find partners overseas. So if you have any specific idea or general idea, you can contact any techno park or science park in Korea. They are quite willing to talk with you. For instance, TEDOC, CCEI, Center for Creative Economy and Innovation, the one of the science park, is forged the relationship with the Mongolian Science Park last year. After that, they are really exchanged the program, sending the company and receiving the company for back their companies enter overseas market for mutual benefit.
Thank you for sharing that. Perhaps, yes, we do indeed, you're right in a sense that, such dialogues and explorations are meaningful start to perhaps building solid foundations for fruitful business partnerships. Moving on to Ms. Baisirlang, CEO of the largest Trade and Commerce Association of Mongolia, called Mongolian National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. If you could perhaps share with us a bit about the business environment of Mongolia in the context of science and technology parks as well as innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon all, and thank you for all joining ASPA in Mongolia, and welcome to Mongolia as well. And so Mongolian National Chamber of Commerce and Industry is a leading representing body of private sector of Mongolia, so we do have a close collaboration with the private sector, and then we also bridge the government with the private sector itself. And at the moment there are 140,000 private sector entities are operating in Mongolia, but only 1% of its are exporting companies. So as Tapan mentioned before, we do have 65 million livestock, but most of the agricultural products are exporting as a raw material. Only 10% of the agricultural, 10 to 20% of agricultural products, like especially wool and cashmere, are exporting into final product. So we want to increase more value-added processes here in Mongolia, but we still need to work on this innovation, R&D, and other, incubators to develop for Mongolian resources into the final product. But we do the researches how companies, what kind of problems and companies are facing is most of the R&D or like innovation projects, they finance by themselves. But like other countries, technology parks and then other financial institutions, or like there is existing financial mechanism for supporting private sector initiatives. But at the moment, we do have a science and technology fund existing, but it's not, fitting its demand for the private sector. So there is quite a gap between the private sector and the existing fund. And I would say that also the financing is not that, enough. Even the technology park, I'm not sure they do have enough financing, but so we need to work on more financing mechanism first, and then also close collaboration between private sector, business entities, and government organizations, as well as research institutes. So it is the main gateway. And then also, similar to today's mechanism, cross-border collaboration and regional collaboration is very important. If we want to produce more products, but Mongolia, we do have a small population, so we need more markets. So it is very important for us to start a business in bordering countries. But we do have a quite good location between big two markets of world, and then also we also have a gateway to Central Asian countries. So we have a lot of opportunities, but we still need to work within internally and then also regionally and internationally.
Thank you, Ms. Baisatlan, for the comprehensive overview, and apologies for misguiding the title. You're General Secretary of Mongolian National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Having said that, Dr. Olmeir, if I may turn the table to you, we have such a business environment or innovation ecosystem that I would, if I may call it, a little bit fragmented in some sense, to be able to foster innovation. However, in some contexts, in some countries, when we were doing the studies and research on digital economy development, there's such thing called clustering, right? What are the key competitive advantages of Mongolia? What are the key priority sectors that we are pushing to develop so that we can actually target the interventions there in such areas so that we'll be able to have some potential leads or trailblazers, if I may call it such. So, Dr. Olmeir, do you see any industries to be focus, priority sector for, especially in the context of science and technology development?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I also completely agree with the previous speaker. Agriculture is a very important sector in Mongolia, because Mongolia is very rich for agricultural resources, but we can't successfully market our products into regional and global market because we don't produce knowledge-based products. We don't meet the needs of regional partners. For example, China is a very great market, but we need to make our agricultural products more creative, innovative. There are two solutions, I think. First one is we could create regional stakeholder-centered global partnership for establishing science and technology park. For example, we could create agricultural science and technology park for Belt and Road countries. Of course, it is initiated our regional power, China, but this service needs for the global countries, because it's an initiative for Belt Road countries. For example, if we create such a science and technology park in Mongolia, for example, we could collaborate with our regional partners and global partners so that to make Mongolian agricultural products more innovative, more creative, so that we can successfully join the regional and global value chain of agricultural products in Mongolia. And another one is, there is a greatest challenge of Mongolian science and technology ecosystem is isolated model, because universities has their own individual mission. Research institutes that is funded by the government, also their own one, and private sector also their own one. Government have their own vision, but they don't collaborate with each other. Therefore, you know, Mongolia is a small country. The previous speaker and also moderator told us, very small country, but we need to integrate these resources. So that why not the government-led model to create a collective impact so that the universities, private sector, and also foreign partners can collaborate together in Mongolia to make Mongolian agricultural products more innovative. For example, you know, in Stanford University, there is a collective impact that unite the financial, human resources of all players, including universities, private sector, companies, foreign sponsors, under one common agenda, connecting Mongolian agriculture with regional and global market in innovative ways. We must give up our isolated role and create collective impact. This could be good solutions to increase the Mongolian competitiveness advantage in the global market. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ogenbayer. So we've had the privilege of understanding Mongolia's context in the sense that the private sector companies are better off creating more value-added goods instead of exporting raw goods. But then in order to do that, you have to also curate appropriate value chain or supply chain for exports and so on and so forth. Now, moving back to Ms. Dildara, if I may ask you about a little bit deeper about, you know, the success stories of Uzbekistan IT Park. What do you think are the key incentives or drivers of growth for your ecosystem, and what is the specific role that your organization has played, or the government has played, even private sector has played? So these are some things that we're very eager to learn from you during your time in Ulaanbaatar as well.
Thank you for your question. Yes, I think that it is the continuation of my first questions, or first reply. Government plays a key role in our sector, as because the first of all, founder of IT Park Uzbekistan is also the Minister of Digital Technologies of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and we usually analyze the foreign experience first of all, and we analyze the requests of international companies who are interested in the market of Uzbekistan. But they have maybe they're maybe suspicious to enter or not to enter the Uzbekistan market. That is why, while we are talking to them, we analyze their requests. And based on their requests, we try to gain these all initiatives and develop into another project. Why I'm talking about the project, for example, IT Park is considered as the facilitator in the sphere of IT. It is more related to soft rather than hard. That is why Uzbekistan is also considered a double landlocked country. That is why IT is another one of the fastest solutions to provide the workplaces for our youth, which accounts for the 60% of our whole population. That is why the first initiative was, the first support was by the government, providing the tax reductions, as I have mentioned, to IT Park members is considered as in the free economic zone, where they can get use of tax exemptions. And as an example, I mentioned that we analyzed the request of international companies. Recently, we have launched several more projects, programs supporting international companies and startup projects. For example, my presentation was including the programs for reimbursement of expenses for international companies, meaning that we have launched zero risk program, again according to the requests and needs of international companies who are interested in the Uzbekistan market. So it provides a reimbursement of expenses of the company, providing compensations for HR or training costs of employees, and even the infrastructure in regions. It's not a secret that the Tashkent is the most modern city of Uzbekistan. That is why our focus more related now on regional development. That is the reason why we are providing regions, we're providing infrastructure in regions. So it is also the focus to create more workforce to help them, assist them in their development with the entrance of international global players. And additionally, there was another project that was recently launched, Local to Global. I have mentioned that now we are changing our vision to help our startups or resident members to go them globally and expand their global reach. That is why another project includes to assist them going from locally to global market. It compensates, for example, their exhibitions, for example, if there is a conference that we're jointly organizing again with our global partners, we always try to encourage all our IT Park members so they also could promote and collaborate with other countries. So this is more example where government support are provided.
Thank you. So openness is key to driving this effort. We fully agree with you. Dr. Junseok, so following that line, right, tell us a bit about your thoughts on the impact of science and technology parks with this. I'm not sure if I should put it in this sense, but it comes at a cost of a lot of investments from both public and private sector. But give us more context as to what are the impacts that are being created by setting up the science and technology parks for your country, or if you have studied other countries as well. How do you see the impacts of it on innovation and R&D efforts? How do you see the impact of it on corporate innovations as well? And at a bigger picture, perhaps national competitiveness as well. Thank you.
So since there is a science and technology park in nation, the efficiency get together in one place. That means if the meaning of the science park or meaning of the clusters, the strength of the science park and the cluster is to share knowledge and increase the synergy among the participants. If, let's say, the interactive movement, so that's the strength of the science technology park impact. So in that way, the Data Innopolis and the other techno park and the CCEI create that kind of impact for the tenant in those areas. Okay? That's my answer.
Thank you. But that's a very macro level, but perhaps very actionable recommendations coming our way. Thank you for that, Dr. Junseok. Moving on to Ms. Baisatlang, tell us a bit about some of the regional and global partnerships MNCCI has in the context of our discussion theme today, and perhaps what we have learned from this digital economy development study was that oftentimes our entrepreneurs are unable to tap into some of these opportunities, great opportunities that MNCCI and the government has laid out. For example, double tax treaties for those companies that are also based somewhere else, as well as in Mongolia, exporting goods and importing goods as well. So give us more about what you have been up to lately and also what MNCCI plans to do in the context of our conversation today.
So relating with the commercialization, so Mongolia, we do have a trade partner agreement with Japan, and our previous speaker Hayata-san has mentioned about Japan has the technology and know-how that we can import it to Mongolia to use solve the Mongolian problems and civilization and urbanization, other problems, and those kind of things we can work on that regarding with the global partnership. For example, last June, Mongolian president has visited Uzbekistan, and within his delegation, more than 50 companies has joined with the business forum. And for example, Mongolian one company, leading company, Tawanbog Group, has opened its NORA medical center branch in Uzbekistan, which is actually Japanese technology. Japanese AI-based medical technology, and then also our local companies, for example, Doctor, After Service, and also Mongol Basalt has opened also its branches in Uzbekistan as well. So those kind of global and regional collaboration we have seen for a while, but we also need more supports and kind of political or like legislative supports and incentives. For example, as I mentioned before, we don't have any existing mechanism for supporting companies for the R&D development and innovation. And most of the problems that Mongolian companies are facing is financial, because the big companies, all of them are mostly operating in the mining field, but like as a mining sector, only 4% of the employment is provided. But like the rest of the companies, SMEs are operating in the other fields, but the financial background is not that enough. So those kind of mechanisms, I think we hope that new government are included in the program of new government, so we can see the result in the future. So today we have gathered together in Asia and Pacific region, and I think maybe as a technology-wise, Asia and Pacific region is quite, innovative compared with the other regions. So also this kind of mechanism for experience sharing, meeting with each other, looking for ways to collaborate is very important as well. And thank you.
Thank you so much. As a humble country, it's so nice to hear that we're also re-exporting certain technologies through Mongolia to other regional countries upon learning about it in Mongolia. So these are some of the recent milestones that we have achieved. But looking forward to broadening this collaborations and efforts, and this kind of platforms that organizations like ASPA provides us with, gives us a greater opportunity to elevate this or broaden these opportunities that lies ahead. We are running short of time. I'd like to leave Dr. Omer to leave us with a final thought on your thoughts about future trends in the space of science and technology development or park development. You've mentioned about collective impact, and I found it very interesting model, an innovative model for stakeholders of the ecosystem to come on board to do greater for achieving the sustainable development goals, to even addressing some of the pressing challenges we have ahead. So do you have any thoughts to leave us with in terms of understanding the future trends and opportunities in the space of innovation and science and technology park development? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. There are some great opportunities for us now, because the global economy is changing. It is becoming more global, more digital, and also it is becoming more open. We could use this advantage of this change. For example, we could expose the domestic actors of Mongolian science and technology ecosystem. For example, we could collaborate with regional or global partners so that we can together build new science and technology park in Mongolia. For example, BOT is a very good model. For example, build, operate, transfer. Why build? Because the speaker who is sitting next to me told us that there is a financial problem in Mongolia to promote the innovation in Mongolia. We can solve it by collaborating with international sponsor. But we have to learn from them, from their expertise. For example, South Koreans are very good expertise in innovations, promoting innovations. And if they manage the science or technology park here, we will learn from their experience and expertise. Then after they transfer to us, our readiness will increase so that we can manage our own science and technology more sustainable and more successful way. This is my idea.
And Dr. Jin Seok, if you want to add more? Thank you, Dr. Omer.
Okay. Actually, you asked me to specific impact of science technology park. Let me introduce this story. Actually, the number of the companies in Daejeon Innopolis in Daejeon metropolitan city represent 1%, account for 1% of the total companies in Daejeon area. But the revenue of the revenue from the Daejeon Innopolis account for more than 10% of the whole revenue in Daejeon metropolitan city. That means how much science, the companies in science technology park are very how much important in terms of efficiency and in terms of the economically. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jin Seok. So we're very much over our time dedicated for this discussion theme, but I'd like to wrap up our discussion with some key insights on some of the best practices that our esteemed colleagues and panelists have shared with us from countries as far as Uzbekistan to South Korea. And we've got to learn a bit more about our business environment and the requirements for us to also develop this science and technology concepts in the context of Mongolia. And we've also got to learn more about the importance of cross-country collaborations as well as the right interventions set forth by the government to perhaps drive down the cost of innovation and improve and accelerate the innovation pace for the betterment of our society and the environment. And we come from very different countries and very different cultures. However, we share the same love for science and technology. And I really appreciate and also feel privileged to be able to host the session today. And thank you very much for the panelists, our esteemed guests. And this is Timmy, your host for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's give it up for our moderator and our panelists. The remaining program on our agenda promises to be very exciting. We have a short video presentation completely generated by AI from the host country. We have a signing of MOU. We have discussions on artificial intelligence and e-transition. And also the gala dinner afterwards. It'll be an evening full of celebration. But first, let's take a coffee break, and we'll see everyone later in 15 minutes.
Taking the time to come to Mongolia.
Still working on coal trees because it's so cold.
I can get
role in
give a
we're currently waiting for the people in the lobby to come to the conference room and our organizers to prepare the technical aspects of the next session. We will begin shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 27th Annual Conference of ASPA. We are ready to get going with session 4 of our conference. Before we move on to session 4, we have a special video presentation prepared for you guys and also an MOU signing. The main goals of Science Park Administration of Mongolia in collaboration with Information Technology Park of Mongolia is to produce a unicorn from Mongolia. As part of that endeavor, we encouraged an AI company to prepare a special video presentation completely made from artificial intelligence. And so we'll dim the lights and show you the special video presentation from the host country. Please enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I am honored to share with you the rich history of Mongolia. Our journey begins over 2,000 years ago with the Hunnu Empire, one of the earliest known civilizations in Mongolia. The Hunnu laid the foundations for the nomadic way of life that would shape Mongolian culture for centuries. In the 13th century, under the leadership of Genghis Khan, Mongolia rose to prominence with the establishment of the Mongol Empire. Genghis Khan united the Mongol tribes in 1206, creating the largest contiguous empire the world has ever seen. His legacy of leadership, military strategy, and innovative governance continues to influence Mongolia and the world. During the height of the Mongol Empire, Mongolia played a crucial role in the Silk Road, serving as a bridge between Europe and Asia. The Silk Road facilitated the exchange of goods, culture, and ideas, making Mongolia a vital conduit for trade and communication between East and West. An innovation that further enhanced Mongolia's influence was the Urtu system, the first ever postal system in the world. This network of relay stations allowed for the rapid exchange of messages and goods across vast distances, revolutionizing communication and logistics. Following the decline of the Mongol Empire, Mongolia experienced a period of foreign domination until the early 20th century. In 1921, Mongolia regained its independence with Soviet support, leading to the establishment of the Mongolian People's Republic in 1924. This era brought significant modernization, including advancements in infrastructure, education, and industry. The late 20th century marked another transformative period. In 1990, Mongolia embraced democracy through a peaceful revolution, transitioning from a single-party system to a multi-party democracy. The new constitution of 1992 solidified this change, promoting democratic governance and a market economy.
Mongolia is a country of vast and diverse landscapes, covering over 1.5 million square kilometers, making it the 18th largest country in the world. Our terrain includes rolling steppes, dense forests, and the expansive Gobi Desert. This land is rich in natural resources, including coal, copper, gold, and rare earth elements, which are vital to our economy and have positioned us as a key player in global mining. Our unique weather is characterized by extreme continental climate conditions. We experience some of the harshest winters, with temperatures dropping below 30 degrees Celsius, and hot, dry summers reaching up to 40 degrees Celsius. These extremes are further intensified by our high altitude, averaging about 1,580 meters above sea level, and low precipitation, leading to arid and semi-arid conditions. This challenging climate has profoundly shaped our way of life, fostering exceptional resilience and adaptability among our people. Mongolians possess exceptional adaptive skills, honed by centuries of living in a land of contrasts. The ability to thrive in diverse environments, from rugged mountains to expansive deserts, is a testament to our resilience and ingenuity. Our nomadic heritage has taught us to be resourceful and adaptable, forging a population that is both versatile and robust. Mongolia's demographic profile is remarkable, with approximately 61% of our 3.4 million inhabitants under the age of 34. This young and dynamic workforce is ready to drive innovation and economic growth. Our commitment to education is evident in our numerous winners at international mathematics Olympiads, showcasing our dedication to analytical thinking and academic excellence. With a literacy rate of 99.118%, we place a strong emphasis on STEM education, positioning ourselves as a potential hub for innovation and human capital development. This intellectual fervor nurtures professionals who are poised to propel our economy forward, especially in technology and scientific research. Mongolia's unique geographical location between Russia and China presents significant opportunities for trade and economic cooperation. Our strategic position enables us to serve as a vital link for regional partnerships and trade routes, enhancing our economic potential and fostering international collaboration. Economic overview and competitive advantages of Mongolia. Mongolia's economy is heavily driven by its abundant natural resources, particularly in mining, which plays a critical role in its GDP and exports. Positioned strategically between Russia and China, Mongolia leverages its location for regional trade, contributing to its status as one of the fastest recovering economies post-COVID-19, with an anticipated GDP growth of 7.5% in 2024. Competitive advantages of Mongolia. Peace and stability, the most peaceful country in Central Asia. Tax and energy benefits, lowest corporate income tax in the region, and the lowest electricity tariffs in Northeast Asia, combined with vast renewable energy resources. Educational excellence, high literacy rate, and leading in female researchers in the scientific sector. Strategic economic policies, special arrangements for strategic mega-projects further enhance Mongolia's investment appeal. Mongolia stands out as the most peaceful country in Central Asia and is one of the fastest recovering economies post-COVID-19, with a projected GDP growth of 7.5% in 2024. The country offers the lowest corporate income tax in the region and provides special arrangements for strategic mega-projects. Additionally, Mongolia has the lowest electricity tariffs in Northeast Asia and vast renewable energy resources. The country boasts one of the highest literacy rates globally and ranks first in female researchers in the scientific sector among 64 countries. These factors collectively position Mongolia as an emerging hub for trade, innovation, and sustainable economic growth.
Let me share with you some exciting developments happening in Mongolia's science and technology sector. Back in 2020, the Mongolian government approved a long-term development policy known as Vision 2050. The main goal of this policy is to build a science, technology, and innovation system that can compete both nationally and internationally. In the first phase of implementing this vision, there are several key targets. First, creating an environment that encourages partnerships between the government, academic institutions, industries, and businesses. Second, there's a significant push to expand the infrastructure needed to support advancements in science and technology. Third, the incentive schemes for researchers and creating a national framework to train skilled scientists. Since 1963, Mongolia has granted approximately 4,600 invention patents, 2,792 utility models, and 2,711 design patents. Despite these impressive numbers, the country has faced challenges in turning these innovations into commercially viable products and services. To address these issues, the Mongolian government is taking bold steps to strengthen the science and technology sector with a clear commitment to building a knowledge-based economy. Part of this effort includes revising important legislation like the Law on Science and Technology and the Law on the Legal Status of the Science Park. Another major initiative is the development of the Science and Innovation Complex. This ambitious project includes 7 main buildings covering a total area of 75,300 square meters. The complex will house state-of-the-art, open and specialized laboratories that meet international standards, along with production workshops, offices, libraries, conference halls, sports facilities, and storage spaces for artifacts and samples. There will also be museums dedicated to paleontology, archaeology, and astronomy. Once completed, this complex will serve as a central hub for around 3,300 scientists and employees from various institutes, universities, and research organizations, fostering collaboration and innovation across different fields. Now, let's talk about the development of science and technology parks, which play a crucial role in achieving the objectives set out in the Vision 2050 policy. Specifically, Article 2.4.9 of this vision emphasizes the need to establish science parks and innovation tax-free zones to boost the national innovation system. In line with this, the Science Park Administration of Mongolia, also known as SPARC, was established in 2017. We are at the forefront of Mongolia's transition to a high-tech, innovation-driven economy. Our core mission is to develop high-tech industries, promote scientific innovation, and effectively manage all activities related to science parks. One of our significant initiatives includes implementing projects and programs that enhance collaboration between universities, research institutes, and both the public and private sectors. The goal here is to transform research and development outcomes into marketable products and services, support the transfer of advanced technologies, and develop science parks equipped with all the necessary infrastructure to nurture innovation and the growth of high-tech industries. A standout project under SPARC's umbrella is the development of a national science park in the Kushik Valley, which is part of the planned Shinzun Mod City, a satellite city near Mongolia's capital. By creating a supportive legal environment for innovation and facilitating collaboration among key stakeholders, we aim to cultivate a dynamic ecosystem that not only promotes economic growth through innovation, but also enhances Mongolia's competitiveness on the global stage and addresses important societal needs. In summary, through these comprehensive efforts, Mongolia is positioning itself to become a hub of scientific innovation and technological advancement, paving the way for sustained economic growth and development well into the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, my name is Zalzaya. I'm Director of National Information Technology Park. Thank you all for being here today. I'm excited to talk about how Mongolia's ICT sector is growing and contributing to the development of our region. In recent years, Mongolia's digital connectivity has become very strong. About 98.5% of our country is covered by high-speed fiber optic networks. This robust network has significantly boosted our ICT sector. For instance, in 2022, the revenues from our ICT sector were 4.2 times higher than in 2010. This is a major achievement for us. Our startup ecosystem is also thriving, particularly in areas like artificial intelligence, AI, big data, and fintech. These startups are driving innovation and creating new opportunities. We have also formed partnerships with major global tech companies like Google and Starlink. These collaborations have drawn international attention to Mongolia and highlighted the potential within our region. The government has been instrumental in this growth. One of our key initiatives is the eMongolia platform, which provides over 1,000 online government services. This platform has made public services more accessible and transparent, helping to modernize our government operations and improve public trust. In 2024, we introduced the IT Industry Support Law, which offers tax incentives and simplifies business processes. This law is designed to make Mongolia an attractive destination for tech companies and to foster growth within our ICT sector. Looking ahead, we are focusing on expanding 5G networks and developing satellite connectivity. These advancements will open up numerous opportunities for investment in our ICT sector, supported by our young, tech-savvy population and a welcoming business environment. Mongolia has many strengths that make it a prime location for ICT development. These include low corporate income taxes, abundant renewable energy resources, and one of the highest literacy rates in the world. We also rank first in the number of female researchers in science among 64 countries. These factors position Mongolia as a key player in the region's technological growth. The National Information Technology Park, NITP, is central to our development strategy. NITP is not just focused on Mongolia's growth, but on fostering regional collaboration and development. We aim to connect and collaborate with our neighbors to drive shared progress in technology and innovation. NITP supports the growth of the IT sector by helping startups, offering training, and promoting advanced technologies. NITP operates an incubation center that has supported hundreds of startups. We also provide professional certification programs and have information access centers that offer IT training to thousands of people. Additionally, we are developing a new research and business development center and creating technology districts in Kashik Valley and the new Karkram city. In partnership with the Science Park Administration, we are launching a new initiative called Mongolia, a hub for connectivity and collaboration. This initiative is centered on the idea of let's connect and collaborate for regional development. It includes three main components. The first is Education Matters, which encourages experts to share their knowledge with young people, inspiring them to pursue careers in science and technology. The second component is focused on striving to create a global unicorn from our region. The third component aims to build strong international partnerships, ensuring that our region remains at the forefront of global technological advancements. Through this initiative, we aim to strengthen our region's technological capabilities and foster a collaborative environment that benefits all. Education is the key to our region's growth, and this initiative will help build a skilled workforce for the future. Thank you.
Wow, that was a very interesting video, wasn't it? Let's give it up and show our appreciation and congratulations to the creative AI developer guys who made this video possible. Let's go. All right, we'll now proceed with a special part of our program, the MOU signing ceremony. This ceremony represents a significant step. Oh, okay. Before that, I would like to invite two very important people who will also be part of the ceremony. And we've seen the AI versions of these two people, and now we would like to see the real-life versions. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the Executive Director of Science Park Administration, Dr. Amarsana Badra. Also, the Director of National Information Technology Park of Mongolia, Zolzaya Jarlsechen.
So did you like it, this AI generated avatars? Actually, I didn't say anything about that. This is the fully optimized and fully generated our AI developers. So actually, they used only my photos, and those are videos, and also the voices. So, but it's good, huh? So thank you. And also, I would like to thank to all of our distinguished guests, also our ASPA board members, and also participants from our domestic sites and Mongolian delegations. So all your presence here, this is our annual ASPA 27th conference being as a successful. So thank you again and enjoy your day.
Okay. So, dear esteemed guests and partners, colleagues, my friends, it's a great honor to welcome all of you to one of the most prestigious events in the science and technology sector. I'm truly grateful to have the opportunity to greet you from this stage. Not just once, but twice through, if you recall, the first time was my AI version. Now the real Zola is here, just a bit smaller in person. Okay. So I want to express my deepest gratitude to ASPA for choosing Mongolia as the host country for this significant event. My heartfelt thanks also go to our partners and colleagues for your invaluable contributions, Mr. Amarsana, to his team, and my dedicated team who have worked tirelessly for months to bring this event to life. Thank you so much. I'm incredibly proud of your commitment and dedication. As we look ahead, I'm confident that all of our efforts and collaborations will lead to great success, not just for our individual projects, but for the entire region. Together, we have the potential to make a significant impact on the global stage, and I'm very optimistic about the future. So now, let's connect and collaborate for regional development. Thank you so much.
We are now ready to proceed to the special part of our program. And just to reiterate, this will be the Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony. This ceremony represents a significant step forward in our collective efforts to foster collaboration and innovation. Please join me in welcoming the representatives who will participate in the signing of these important agreements. And I would like to start by inviting back the two people that were just on the stage. Executive Director of Science Park Administration, Dr. Amarsana Badra, and Director of National Information Technology Park of Mongolia, Zoltaya Jarlsecha. Also, the executive director of TOS Holdings, Mr. Jinsheng Zhang. Okay. All right, so this is a official MOU signing ceremony. There will be steps that will need you all to follow because we're taking pictures. And so when we say, okay, it's gonna come in. Just to emphasize on the importance of the signing process, the signing of this memorandum of understanding marks a significant milestone in our journey towards stronger collaboration and innovation. We are hopeful that this partnership will greatly contribute to regional development, driving forward our shared goals of progress and sustainability. Let's all congratulate all the parties involved in this important agreement. And just for your information, on the 23rd floor of this building, in parallel processing, there were 5 other MOUs that were signed here today. All right, thank you, and let's continue to build a brighter future. With the MOU ceremony successfully concluded, we're now ready to move on to the session 4 of our conference. The topic is going to be on future trends and technologies, emerging trends in science and technology. This session will delve into the impact of artificial intelligence on the labor market and the evolving role of science and technology parks in digital transformation. All right. Okay, I'm gonna call the first speaker now. Our first speaker is Mr. Badrul Sandlik, founder and CEO of Chimeke Systems. Mr. Sandlik will share insights on the impact of AI technology on the labor market and how human resources can adapt to this transformation. Let's all welcome Mr. Badrul Sandlik.
So, thank you. It's the last session, huh? It's the last session. Okay, good. I will try to keep as short as possible. And my name is Badrul, and I am founder of Chimeke Systems, which is a rapidly growing AI startup in Central Asia. So today I would like to discuss about the transformative impact of AI technology on the labor market and the future of the human resource. So my presentation consists of this agenda. First we will explore what's the current state of AI in the labor market, and then how about the rising of virtual workers, and then the transformation of the labor market, the future of work, human AI collaboration, and then societal impact and considerations. At last, I will conclude in one sentence what I think. So everybody read and heard that AI is already extensively used in every sectors, like the Foxconn uses robots to build, to assemble iPhones, and so on. But we can see that's one general characteristic, which is currently AI is used just for the mass productions, not individual production. Which means the true AI influence in the labor market is not started yet. AI is not just changing the way we work, it's redefining the very nature of work itself. What means that? The AI redefines what means work itself and how it will be performed by augmenting human capabilities, automating tasks, and generating new roles, skills, even transforming whole industries. So how about the rising of virtual works? Virtual works are not just a technological advancement. They are a catalyst for unleashing human potential in ways we never thought possible. The virtual workers are available in 24 hours and 7 days, and they are scalable, cost efficient, continuously improving, and continuously learning. So at the Chimega, we have already released some virtual workers, like virtual operator, which is delivered already to telecom industry and to financial industries, to Holland Bank, etc. Currently, we are working on the virtual teachers and virtual lawyers, collaborating with Ministry of that sectors. So AI is not just automating tasks, it's liberating humans from the shackles of mundane work, empowering us to focus on what truly matters. Traditionally, every industrial revolution drives humans to do some repetitive and mundane works, which blocks to improve unique human skills like critical thinking, creative thinking, and equis. So every day we read some reports from McKinsey, Oxford, or Harvard. Many million jobs could be displaced by 2030, 2040, etc. But don't worry, AI will create more and more skills and new jobs and more opportunities. We already know some jobs like machine learning engineers, data scientists, data developers, AI ethicists, etc. But we have to rethink about reskilling and upskilling, how we prepare for the future. AI revolution is not about replacing humans, it's about elevating humanity to a new height, creativity, innovation, and purpose. The future of the work is not a battle between humans and machines. It's a symphony of collaboration, humans and machines, to create greater value. Of course, the AI technology will like so critical thinking, creative thinking, and emotional intelligence of human. This type of skills will be valued more and more in the future. The true measure of AI's success lies not in the efficiency it brings, but in equity, inclusivity, and empowerment of it fosters for all. The labor market will be more and more dependent on the talents and genius. So that we have to consider as soon as possible for adapting educational policies for the era, and every government should consider AI governance and public engagement. At Igune, we are not just building virtual workers. We are architecting a future where every human being can thrive in the age of AI. Igune's mission is we will build virtual Mongolian human, virtual Mongolian workers. So my conclusion is we believe that AI is a natural evolution that will bring humanity to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sendlik. Next, we have Mr. Azamat Bayman, Managing Director of National Information Technologies, JSC, in Kazakhstan. He will discuss the role and participation of science and technology parks in the e-transition. Let's all welcome Mr. Azamat Bayman.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here. My name is Azamat Bayman. Sorry, I'll be looking at my notes sometimes, if you don't mind. Yeah, sure. And I would like to thank the organizers, ASPA, the IT Park of Mongolia, and especially Ms. Zolzaya for having the opportunity to participate in this on this great platform. And during my presentation, I highlight the specific examples of how science and technology parks around the world are driving digital transformation and shaping the future of our economies. The shift from traditional industrial economies to digitally driven ones is characterized by the integration of digital technologies in absolutely all aspects of the society, including government, business, and day-to-day life, and is essential for enhancing economic efficiency, fostering innovation, and maintaining global competitiveness for each market. Digital technologies, particularly AI, are driving this transition by automating processes, enabling data-driven decision-making, which I'm going to tell you about the Kazakhstani case later, and creating new opportunities for economic growth. Speaking of the STPs, we cannot omit discussing the main resource, people, and how technologies are reshaping the labor market in the profound ways. On one hand, AI is automating routine tasks, which may lead to job displacement in certain sectors like manufacturing and customer service. However, it also opens up the new job opportunities. Particularly in AI development, data analysis, and tech support. For instance, AI is augmenting roles in healthcare by improving diagnosis, allowing professionals to focus on more complex tasks. As an example, in my company, in my blog, we created digital AI twin for each of the employees, and over them there is an AI project manager, which makes the work much easier. So people are actually spending time on more creative tasks, more complex tasks, instead of doing routine works. The labor market is witnessing a significant shift towards digital skills. Workers now need expertise in areas which were not widespread even 10 years ago. And an example, McKinsey estimates that by 2030, 14% of the global workforce may need to switch occupations due to automation. In Kazakhstan, for instance, our Tech Garden IT park is an excellent example of how STPs are adapting. It is heavily involved in fostering AI research and development, as well as supporting digital transformation projects within the region. It is deeply involved in AI research and has established multiple labs that focus on digital industry application, and they're closely working with the subsoil users, with the large producing companies, to find the solutions for them. The evolving role of science and technology parks. STPs are increasingly at the forefront of e-transition by providing the infrastructure and networks. They also facilitate collaboration between academia, industry, and government, creating ecosystems that drive innovation. For instance, the Singapore Science Park is not only home to numerous high-tech companies, but also actively facilitates collaboration between startups and large corporations. This collaboration is critical in developing smart city solutions that are integral to the city-state's broader e-transition strategy. Similarly, the Skolkovo Innovation Center in Moscow has become a key player in the country's digital economy by offering a range of support services from incubation to funding. Skolkovo is enabling the growth of AI startups, is fostering innovation that is essential for Russia's digital transformation from the classic economy industry to innovative economy. The case studies of STPs. Let's explore some case studies that highlight the impact of STPs on digital transformation. STPs have profound such socio-economic impact in their regions, driving not only technological innovation and advancement, but also economic development and job creation. For example, the Skolkovo Innovation Center in Russia has contributed significantly to the regional economy by attracting foreign investment, fostering startups, and creating thousands of high-tech jobs. It helped diversify the local economy to reduce reliance on traditional industries. The Cambridge Science Park in the UK is another example where the park's companies have contributed billions of pounds to the national economy. The park also has played a key role in positioning the UK as a leader in sectors such as biotechnology and pharmaceuticals, creating high-value jobs and fostering, and I cannot stress this enough, the culture of innovation. These examples illustrate how STPs are not just centers of innovation, but also are engines of socio-economic development, driving growth and improving the quality of life of its citizens. Another example is Swiss Innovation Park Zurich. It is a prime example of how science and technology parks can drive digital transformation, which is fostering the next generation of the talent. Their program is called Startbahn 29, and this program is designed to engage young people from a very early age in STEM disciplines. Key features of this STP are early STEM engagement. They offer hands-on workshop experiments where children and adolescents explore scientific concepts and advanced technologies, fostering curiosity and creativity. Focus on innovation. They encourage the participants to think creatively and develop their own projects, helping them understand the process of bringing ideas to life from concept to implementation. Career exploration. They provide exposure to STEM careers and mentorship from experts, helping young people explore potential career options and gain inspiration from role models from the scientists. Also, the fourth key feature is sustainability and inclusivity. They promote gender equality in STEM and focuses on sustainability, encouraging diverse participation in innovative solutions to global challenges. Our Kazakhstani Tech Garden also serves as a central hub for digital innovation, particularly in the fields of AI and industrial digitalization. The park initiatives such as Tech Orda have trained more than 7,000 IT specialists and supported numerous startups. Future trends. Looking to the future, several trends will shape the evolution of science and technology parks. These include the increasing importance of AI, green energy, and medtech. For instance, AI is already revolutionizing sectors like agriculture with precision farming and predictive analysis, while the focus on medtech at the many STPs, such as Biopolis in Singapore, is driving advancement in personalized medicine and AI-assisted diagnosis. It is illustrative how STPs are pushing the boundaries of what's possible in healthcare. Looking ahead, AI is just one part of the broader wave of technological advancements. Quantum computing, biotechnology, and advanced materials are poised to revolutionize industries in ways we're only beginning to understand. Meanwhile, biotechnology is already transforming healthcare, with gene editing technologies like CRISPR leading the way. STPs must adapt these trends to provide the necessary infrastructure and fostering talent and encouraging collaboration across these emerging fields. This will ensure that the parks will remain at the forefront of the innovation and continue to drive economic growth. For example, our Tech Garden Smart Industry Management platform is pioneering AI-driven solutions for industrial optimization for subsoil users. And given that our economy and economy of Mongolia are similar in many ways, we can collaborate on that. My favorite topic is the challenges and opportunities of STPs. The parks face numerous challenges in the rapidly evolving landscape. One of the most significant challenges is securing sustainable funding. Unlike traditional business parks, STPs require continuous investment to maintain cutting-edge infrastructure and to support development of new technologies. I think the approach here that should be pointed out is STP should work more closely and like venture funds. They should have the same approach, since venture funds, they are targeting the investment payback period of more than 7 and 8 years, and that's what STPs also do. Another challenge is the acquisition and retention of talent. With the rapid pace of technological change, there is an ever-growing demand for highly skilled professionals, particularly in areas like AI, cybersecurity. STPs must not only attract top talent, but also provide ongoing training and development opportunities to keep the workforce competitive. Navigating regulatory landscape is also a critical challenge. As new technologies emerge, regulatory frameworks often lag behind, creating uncertainty for companies operating within the parks. This can hinder innovation and slow down the adoption of new technologies. But despite these challenges, there are significant opportunities for STPs. The growing emphasis on sustainability and green technologies present a unique opportunity for the parks to lead in the development of solutions that address the global environmental challenges. Additionally, the rise of digital health and medtech provides the opportunities for STPs to foster innovations in life sciences, which is becoming increasingly digitalized. Also, the parks can help successfully address these challenges and seize the opportunities that opportunities will be well poised to lead in the next wave of the digital transformation. For example, the Horizon Europe program emphasizes collaboration and innovation to tackle global challenges. And it provides a model of how STPs can leverage international partnerships to expand their businesses. Moreover, meeting ESG goals is becoming crucial for startups and businesses within STPs to secure funding from the investment funds and other institutions. Investors are increasingly prioritizing companies that align with the ESG principles, seeing them as lower risk and more sustainable in the long run. This creates both a challenge and an opportunity for the parks to support companies in integrating ESG into their core strategies and provide the guidelines for them. And one of the main things I want to talk to you is the role of policy and government in supporting parks. Government policy and support are absolutely crucial to the success of science and technology parks. Effective policies can provide the financial backing necessary for the parks to thrive and facilitate the collaboration between academia, industry, and the government that is essential for the success of the parks. One benchmark example is Singapore, where the government has implemented a comprehensive strategy to support these parks. The Singaporean government's commitment to innovation is reflected in the funding initiatives such as Research, Innovate, and Enterprise Plan, which allocates billions of dollars to research and development. This funding not only supports the development of new technologies, but also helps attract top international specialists to Singapore's STPs. In the European Union, the Horizon Europe program is another excellent example of the government support of innovation innovation ecosystems. This 95.5 billion euro program is designed to tackle global challenges through research and innovations, with science and technology parks playing a critical role in this effort. By facilitating the cross-border collaboration, they're helping STPs across the continent remain competitive on the global scale. In South Korea, the government support for Daedok Innopolis has transformed the park into the leading innovation hub. The collaboration between research institutions and tech companies within the park has led to significant innovations in the area of 5G, AI, and others, smart city and other solutions. These effective policies can provide the necessary funding, create favorable regulatory environments, and facilitate public-private partnerships to drive innovation. For STPs to thrive, governments need to prioritize investment in digital infrastructure, education, and research and development. As a conclusion, I think the cultural and historical ties between nations of Kazakhstan and Mongolia provide a strong foundation for collaboration. By working together, we can create synergies that enhance our competitiveness on global scale, positioning both Kazakhstan and Mongolia as leaders in regional innovation landscape. The four key areas of collaboration that I see are joint startups and incubation programs. Astana Hub and Mongolia IT Park can establish startup exchange programs, shared incubation initiatives, and cross-border innovation challenges to foster entrepreneurship growth in both countries. Second one is collaborative R&D and talent development. By engaging in joint research projects and creating talent exchange programs, both hubs can pool their resources and expertise, particularly in AI, fintech, blockchain, and also many other areas. Third way is investment and market access. Cross-border investment opportunities can be enhanced through the joint venture capital initiatives and market entry support, which we're already, by the way, discussing with my colleagues in IT Park. Fourth one is policy and ecosystem development. Sharing best practices in innovation-friendly policies and advocating for regional digital infrastructure improvements will further strengthen the innovative ecosystems in both Mongolia and Kazakhstan. In conclusion, STPs are the heart of the e-transition, driving innovation and economic growth through the roles as hub of digital transformation. As we move forward, it's crucial that we continue to support these parks through informed policy decisions, investment, and international collaboration. I encourage all of you to consider how you can contribute to this effort, whether through policy advocacy, investment, or partnerships, to help shape a future that leverages the full potential of digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Byman. We will now move into our final panel discussion of the day. Leading this discussion as our moderator is Mr. Dulgon Basandawa, an economist and director of the Progressive Policy Institute of Mongolian People's Party. He's also a member of the Economic Council under the Prime Minister of Mongolia. With over 15 years of experience in the financial sector, Mr. Basandawa has played key roles in economic policy development, including as the former CEO of the New Recovery Policy Accelerator and advisor to the Minister of Economy and Development. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Dulgon Basandawa as our moderator for this panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to join the panel discussion. It's okay, Mr. Azamat Byman, Managing Director of National Information Technologies, JSC. Mr. Batrud Sandlik, founder and CEO of Chimega Systems. Mr. Irtenbatar Tashtonduk, CIO of Ondo Space. And last but not least, Dr. Rantoluk Dawakhu, Director of the Institute of Biology, Mongolian Academy of Sciences. And on to you, moderator, Mr. Basandawa.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everybody. Our session is about future trends. We can see from the previous two presentations that the AI impact has been significant. 6 of the 10 people will be affected, as the 30% of their tasks can be automated or impacted by AI, as has been presented by Mr. Azamat. Also, we cannot only measure AI only by its efficiency, but also look at the societal impact as well. It's very important around the world. And today's our session is about trends, so why don't we start with our presenter, Mr. Azamat. As you have been in your conclusion as well as in your presentation has emphasized the collaboration.
Yes.
And the collaboration comes from both opportunity and challenges, as well as each country's weakness and strength. And what do you think will be important collaboration points between Mongolia and Kazakhstan in this area of collaboration in the future?
You see, with the AI and other cutting-edge technologies that we're using now, I think it's crucial for the international collaboration, because these technologies they don't know any borders. They don't differentiate between people. You know, they just they are just ones and zeros under the carpet. And with our experience, what we're doing now in Kazakhstan is we created a data lake in which more than 90 data from more than 90 different governmental databases are acquired and set, and that's how we're creating a data products in a very efficient way. And also, we are creating a national AI platform that's gonna work like a marketplace for AI products. Different startups and businesses and research institutes can work together, collaborate together using the same data sets. Because we know for any startups working with data, 80% of the resources usually go to the data capture, it's cleaning it up, and checking if it's accurate, and just working with data. After it's prepared, only then they can start working, making a data products based on that. So what we do is we are creating this ecosystem, this platform on which everyone can collaborate. And now we already can see the results for that. And so we know that it can be extended not only into within the country, but on the international stage. So if you work together, I mean, probably we have your companies, mining companies, and our mining companies have the same kind of data sets. But more data there is, the better results could be. So I think we should really collaborate in that, and that's a real possibility to create something great and to actually foster the economic growth in the future for both of our countries. Our economies are similar in the ways that we are both export-oriented for raw materials. So there's definitely something we could work together on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I've been reading economists for a while, on the economists they said, data is new oil, and the Chinese companies are in front of this large language models because of the data availability as compared to American ones. So the second question is from our first presenter, Mr. Badral. I'm a big fan of Chimega systems. I've been using voice to text for a while now, and as you have mentioned, the virtual lawyer, virtual teacher. So I was wondering, what are the opportunities in Mongolia and as well as outside of Mongolia for your company? What's your plan?
So Igune is the first large language model trained in lower source languages. Currently, the stage of intelligence of Igune is similar to the ChatGPT 3.5. In 3 months, we will release new model which will be near to the ChatGPT 4. And at first, we have already thought that we are working on the computational linguistic and natural language processing and so on. But Chimege, Igune, and Bodersoft, these three companies together, we are trying to build virtual Mongolian human which can speak in Mongolian, hear in Mongolian, and think in Mongolian. And last 3 months ago, we have released the first version of Igune, and some projects at the Ministry of the Education for the virtual teacher. Every student has to have one virtual teacher. Every teacher has to have one virtual assistant. Everybody think about we in Mongolia or in Kazakhstan, even in Uzbekistan, couldn't do such things, because it's very, very costly, and only the EU or US nations could do that. But we are changing the game, and we are trying to export that national AI technologies to Central Asian market. And because we have already, our efficiency is very, very high to compare with the OpenAI's models or some bigger companies' models like Google, Gemini, etc.
Impressive. So I was just wondering, one more question, quick question is, while you were working on Igune, what were the challenges of Mongolian market that the government and other international partners can help or can collaborate in the future? Is there any challenges? If so, what are they?
Yeah, of course. The first challenge was nobody understand it, and we are teaching and coaching all the market, and then the key persons couldn't believe us, and it is almost impossible. And third one is, this is of course very, very costly. We need big GPU resources, supercomputers to train the models, and so on. We already have spent about $10 million, but to compare the big company, it's tiny. And then, we are trying to push all the nations and officials. Everybody have to redirect to this direction.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing that. And I think all the companies around the world are facing financial difficulties, as the capital is quite expensive nowadays. So the next question would go to Mr. Ayrton Batar from Ondo Space. We have little or almost no understanding of the space technologies. And can you please tell us what are the new trends, existing trends in this space technologies, and what are you guys exactly doing, and how it will change Mongolia in the future?
Okay. Hello. Thank you very much. And yes, space is a very traditional technology, as people imagine that two big wings of satellites and they're rotating on the Earth, and most of people imagine the satellite as like that way. But nowadays, satellites becoming smaller and smaller, and it's almost similar to the Rubik cube. So function is similar with the traditional one. This is because of this miniaturization of technology and electronics chips, and that makes this technology as a new way of the development possibilities. And based on these possibilities, many emerging countries, developing countries, and commercial companies could be able to join this sector. And this emergence is increased this market size, and also this space sector become more private. And today, you know, Starlink or other private space companies. So this is because of this size miniaturization makes these possibilities. And traditionally, they use very big chamber, like this room size of the chamber, only for testing one satellites. But nowadays, this chamber can be like this chair, size of this chair. Then anybody can to have these facilities, and this makes us to make the satellite we can manufacture in the Mongolia. So we launched the 2 satellites in last March. Now it's operating in the orbit, and the main mission was the IoT. And we will launch more than 170 satellites. And our main purpose is to make infrastructure for this IoT technology. And it's IoT technology infrastructure is kind of vessel of the data. So AI requires fuel of AI is the data, but the data should go through these vessels. And this infrastructure, satellite infrastructure, can be the main role for this field. And our company is aiming to develop this independent infrastructure. And it can expand to the global market immediately once it can work in Mongolia. So then it's easy to go.
Okay. So my next question right after is, does Mongolia have any advantage because of the temperature, because of the weather, or because of the vastness of its expanse? Or is it doesn't have any natural advantage? In your opinion?
Natural. For the technology, natural advantage. Maybe it could be advantage for the ground station. Ground station means Mongolian territory is the long, and we can have eastern side we can have one ground station, and western side we can have one ground station, and then we can have frequent access to the satellites. Nowadays, to making data in the satellite is no problem, but to download data from the satellites, it takes time. So it also leads to this technology to the edge computing. It's like edge AI. It's like a local decision-making AI computer on the satellites, and then no need to download all data from the satellites. Just the satellite makes some decisions, and then just correct data can be downloaded to the systems. So the land could be one advantage, and the other one is the Mongolian ecosystem is actually easy to make some innovation based on this regulatory, how to say, it's like a space is a kind of new technology, and it's you can test.
Okay, more question on that later. Now I'd like to turn to Mr. Gantulka from Mongolian Academy of Science. Since you're in the Department of Biology, there are significant advancements in this field. So what are our opportunities in the future in Mongolia? Can you please share our opportunities?
Thank you very much, and good evening, everybody. So it's a very big question. So if you need complete answer, I need at least 2 or 3 hours. So do we have that kind of time? So just joking. So I would like to start my talk with 2 numbers which economists calculated. So this time, and I mean this year, the biotechnology market size is like $1.3 billion. But just within the next 6 years, they said it will double, more than double, like $2.7 billion. So our mission is how we can integrate for these markets. So in that case, there's so many kind of sectors I have to talk about, answer your questions, but I would like to point just 2 points. For example, in the second session, Mr. Mishra mentioned that how many codes we have, and how outside we have the huge markets. And yes, so for example, our institute, we isolated more than 7,000 bacterial pure strain from the nomadic peoples, their own cultures. And we have goats, cows, milks, and on the outside we have markets. But we need to develop these technologies. And we're trying some experiments by the classic laboratory methods to find some biological activities. And luckily, for example, last year we found two bacterial strain can absorb the plume bomb during the culture. So that means if you can make a good products, when we eat yogurts, maybe they can absorb all plume bomb from the bloods. So then if you can add AI for this kind of experiments, for example, if we can sequence all those 7,000 bacterial strains and using AI, they can help us to at least predict which strains have which kind of biological activities. Then if you can combine, we can make super products. And the second point is more related to the medical sciences. So maybe some of you knows about that. In Mongolia, now the number one in the world about the case of hepatocellular carcinoma, liver cancer. And maybe one of the just central hospitals, they have more than 10 surgery per day. And after the surgery, the pathologist took some samples and they trash it. But I did more than 20 years the cancer research. Entire world, especially the big countries, the scientists who are doing cancer research, they hungry for those kind of samples because they don't have enough case. And so maybe those tissues after the surgeon, it's beneficial, maybe more than some minings. Because if you can make some products ready to use for cancer research, it will be, I cannot say it's benefit because it's related to disease, but for those kind of two opportunities we have. And also again, if you can aid for there, if you can sequence all those samples, and if you will get more information for the scientists, it will be increase the value.
Quick question: does Mongolia have good legal environment for to do exactly what you were saying?
Thank you very much. So that was my the second things I would like to say for everybody. So I cannot say not complete, but there is some regulations, and now some groups are trying to prepare for the law for medical samples and something like that. So hopefully next year the parliament will approve that law. After that it will make more, I'll say, easy to understand.
Yep, thank you very much. So now I'd like to come back to Mr. Badral. You have mentioned the opportunities and what you're exactly doing in next coming months and your plans for export. I was wondering, in terms of employees, in terms of skill sets, does Mongolia have enough people to back up your expansion internationally? Just your opinion, please.
Okay, it's difficult everywhere, not just in Mongolia. But I am proud to be for my team. Currently, our AI team is one of the best AI team on the world. There are some more than 20 years experienced AI experts who working on the autonomous car project of Volkswagen in Germany. And I was already, even I studied in Germany 20 years ago. And yeah, there are many good qualified engineers, AI engineers from Austria, Switzerland, and other Korea, etc. But in Mongolian, some Mongolian students who already as internship and 5 years ago, started as internship. They are pretty good, and they are very, very fast learner, quick learner, and yeah, so it's possible to do.
Okay, thank you very much. There is a report by World Bank called Mines and Mining. It's a report on Mongolia. And if you read that report, it says Mongolia has significant talent, but it has been using this talent, underusing the talent that's available at this moment. And it was quite an interesting report. So Mr. Azamat, yes. Next question is to you. Can you please share your lesson learned in Kazakhstan with all the participants here from other Asian countries? Because you have achieved a significant milestone so far with the STPs. So I was wondering, what are the lessons learned? Because we make mistakes and we learn it, and so the others doesn't have to repeat those.
Well, again, like the main resource for STPs are people. So choosing the right people who are managing different parts of the STPs is very crucial, and I think these people should be from the industry. Like, for example, someone dealing with the investment with the funds should be someone from the investment background, and definitely there needs to be a very strong scientific backbone in that. But not only that, the good thing is collaboration, the way of collaboration with the industries, with the companies. Like, it shouldn't be just on paper. It shouldn't be just, just forwarding emails back and forth, but actually creating some labs together to find a solution for the ongoing problems or some tasks that needs to be done. That's very, 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 I think it's needed. It's very important. And also, there should be 100% backing by the government. Definitely, but the thing is, the people, the STPs who are managing them, they should be able to bring the right message to the government on how it should be supported, how it should be helped, because STPs are not just the building with low taxes, with some other incentives, but it actually, they always like a live being. It should be supported all the time, like with connections, with the administrative support, with international support of bringing large international partners to work together. So it should be a very systematic approach. We did learn some of the lessons from this. And so 3 things is people, policies, government, and business. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a quite impressive lesson learning from Kazakhstan here. So Mr. Batar, as for Ondar Space, are you looking for international partners or collaboration in the near future? If so, what are the conditions that you're going to put forward to develop these technologies in Mongolia?
Yes. We have several fields to collaborate with different international companies. First, for example, ground station as a service. We can offer our the geographical advantage to the countries, and they can collaborate on many types of ground stations, optical and radio. Any is okay. And other one is the upstream of the space technologies, means satellite making manufacturing side. We can collaborate. Our development time is 3 times faster than, for example, Japanese development time. I know the Japanese satellite projects, how to go there. And
what about the quality?
Yeah, quality. Our satellite works in space. That proves the quality. So we can say our system is space proven, and as a small satellite way, not the rockets or not the big satellites, only for these dedicated nano satellites. And also for the IoT connectivity, we can collaborate our constellation, as our constellation. If you have some constellation, then you can combine our constellation. Also, if you have some service based on the IoT constellation, then we can offer our service. Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. So the last question goes to Mr. Gantulga. I was wondering what are the challenges to speak of in general in the field around the world, and what are the specific challenges that's been faced by Academy of Sciences in regard to development of or adopting international trends here in Mongolia?
Okay. Briefly, we need two things. The first of all, we need more detailed, well-focused strategies from the government. Because in the Vision 2050, there is some sentences about nano, bio, and information technologies, but there is no detailed plan. Yeah, so that's why.
Just sorry for interrupting. I was wondering, does the strategy should come from top down, or it should come from bottom up?
I think both.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, because, for example, there's so many the programs the government approved, but sometimes they don't ask our opinion about how to go to the technical questions. So that's why I mean we need more well-focused and well-focused strategy. And second of all, it's related for the money. So I think we need more well-organized soft and hard infrastructures. Because I had very sad stories during the pandemics. I had an order from ministry developing the diagnostic kits. But in Mongolia, entire Mongolia, we don't have any single of functional primer synthesizer. So that's why I ordered them from the South Korean companies. It takes 1 month because there was no fights between these two countries. So that's why at least we have to make well-functional soft and hard infrastructures in Mongolia. So after that we can talk about how we can integrate this market, how we can collaborate with another international organizations. That's my private opinion.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you very much. So we are bound by time, and we are running out of time for this panel. So great applause for all the panelists here today. Thank you for your participation. And one more. I love Shakespeare, and he said, one of his tragedies, he said, "What's past is prologue. What to come in yours and my discharge." So the future is ahead of us, and our collaboration makes more success. So why don't we applause for future collaborations for all the participants here in this conference. Thank you very much.
That was the last panel discussion of our conference, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our panelists for sharing their valuable insights, and to our moderator, Mr. Durgong Basandawa, for leading this engaging discussion. Your contributions have greatly enriched our understanding of the future trends and technologies shaping our industry. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our speeches and panel discussions for today. We are now ready to move on to the closing ceremonies of 27th Annual Conference of ASPA. And I would like to make a slight change in the schedule once again over here and move on to the award ceremony right away, and move the break of 10 to 15 minutes until after this next section of our conference. And I hope that's acceptable for everybody. All right, let's go. It's now time for a very special part of our program, the ASPA Awards 2024 ceremony. This ceremony celebrates excellence and innovation within our community, recognizing those who have made significant contributions to the advancement of science and technology parks. And so in order to chair this the award ceremony, I would like to invite Secretary General of ASPA, Asian Science Park Administration, Mr. Sungkok Kwon.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here tonight to preside over the ASPA Awards ceremony. Before the ASPA Awards ceremony, let me first recognize a new member of ASPA. Since last annual meeting, Prince of Songkla University Science Park applied and admitted to the membership of ASPA. Mr. Kamnon Pitak, who is director, is present here. Where is Mr. Pitak? He'll be back. He's just absent, okay? Whenever he comes, I will recognize him. Let's see. Okay, the aims of the ASPA Awards are to encourage enterprise to achieve their aspiration for business growth by identifying and rewarding high-growth enterprise based in Asian Science Park. This year, many successful companies were nominated for the ASPA Awards by our members. The directors of the board evaluated all nominations and selected 4 companies for 2024 ASPA Awards. These 4 companies were introduced in the afternoon session. The final evaluation committee composed of ASPA directors evaluated them again to determine 3 excellent prize and 1 grand prize. The selection of 2024 ASPA Awards has been completed. Tonight, the awardee will be accompanied by the representative of Science Park, which nominated the company. I'm going to announce 3 excellence prize in the random order and 1 grand prize. The first excellence prize will be presented by Dr. Mo Shin-soo, who is Director General of Central Taiwan Science Park. Please welcome Dr. Su to the floor. Stand on the center. The first excellence prize goes to ISOL nominated by Daegu Technopark. Mr. Hyojin Kim, who is CEO of the company, will receive the award. Let's welcome Mr. Kim. Congratulations. The second excellence prize will be presented by Ms. Achoko Kadowaki, who is president of Kyoto Research Park. Please welcome Ms. Kadowaki. Okay, then the second excellence prize goes to Dolsa, nominated by ASPA Science and Technology Town. Mr. Madi Haidari, who is the CEO of the company, will receive the award. Let's welcome Mr. Haidari and also Dr. Elsan Yazdian, who is Vice President of ASPA Science and Technology Town. Congratulations. Congratulations. We have two more prizes to go. The third excellence prize will be presented by Mr. Youngjip Kim, who is president of Gwangju Techno Park and president-elect of ASPA. Please welcome Mr. Kim. The third excellence prize goes to Yongatech, nominated by Technopark Istanbul. Mr. Rifat Demirci Ogulu, who is the CEO of the company, will receive the award. Please welcome Mr. Demirci Ogulu. Congratulations. The final grand prize will be presented by Dr. Yongjuang Wang, who is president of Asian Science Park Association. Please welcome Dr. Wang. The grand prize goes to TDM, nominated by Gwangju Techno Park. Ms. Sunmi Kim, who is the CEO of the company, will receive the award. Let's welcome Ms. Sunmi Kim and Mr. Youngjip Kim, who is president of Gwangju Techno Park. Wait here. We'll have a group photo session for all prize winners with all presenters and representative of nominating organizations. All prize winners, please come forward. Yeah, everybody, all prize. Congratulations. Let's give a big hand again for these 4 prize winners. This concludes the ASPA Awards ceremony. Next year, we'll welcome more nominations by our members for the ASPA Awards 2025. Thank you.
That's all. One more time. Make some noise for the recipients of ASPA Awards 2024. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the award recipients. Your achievements truly inspire us all and set a high standard for excellency in our industry. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we look toward to the future, it is my pleasure to introduce the host of the 28th ASPA Annual Conference, 2025 Conference. I would like to invite to the stage the Director of Thailand Science Park, Dr. Wirachai Archaran, excuse my pronunciation, and he will share with us the plans and vision for next year's conference, which promises to continue the tradition of fostering innovation, collaboration, and regional development. Please welcome me and join me in welcoming Dr. Wirachai Archaran. Okay, we'll show a video. Okay, let's see a video. Let's dim the lights. Jo, gildan treće, aha. was an amazing video. Is everybody excited for Thailand next year? All right, I would like to invite once again Director of Thailand Science Park, Dr. Virachai Archarn, and also his colleagues onto the podium. Let's all welcome Dr. Virachai Archarn.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Yong Jun An Wang from Hsinchu Science Park for his commendable achievement as the ASPA president, and to Mr. Yang Jip Kim, president of Gwangju Technopark, on his appointment as current ASPA president. On behalf of the Minister of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, Thailand Science Park, and the Regional Science Park, I am deeply honored to announce that Thailand will host the 28th ASPA Annual Conference in 2025. The ASPA Annual Conference 2025 in Thailand will not just be an annual gathering, but a significant opportunity for ASPA members to deepen their understanding of Thailand and engage in meaningful exchange of knowledge and experience. This conference will strengthen relationship, foster collaboration, and bring our regional partnership in Asia even closer. Thailand is the country rich in culture, history, and remarkable heritage, as well as diverse attraction and flavorful cuisines. Beyond this, Thailand prioritizes and promotes research, development, and innovation as key driver of its economy. Recognizing that innovation is the backbone of economic progress, the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation established Thailand Science Park as the country's first science park, operational since 2002. Over the years, this initiative has expanded to include over 44 regional science parks across the nation. In 2024, the ministry will embark on project to develop mechanisms for the regional science parks within Thailand for economic corridors. This initiative aims to elevate this corridor by creating significant economic and social value and enhance the potential of target industry through deep technology. The project will connect stakeholders from 4 key sectors: government, private sector, higher education, and civil society, using the regional science park as the vital hub to bridge infrastructure across all regions, benefiting private enterprise, manufacturing, and service, and ultimately increasing employment and income for our citizens. This presents an excellent opportunity to forge new partnerships with ASPA members, driving technology-focused collaboration that align with the target industry in Thailand for special economic corridor. This collaboration will focus on 7 key technologies, include creative digital technology, extraction technology, plasma technology, energy and biochemical technology or biorefinery, unmanned aerial vehicle and smart electronic technology, digital AI sensor and microelectronic technology, and oleochemical technology. If any ASPA member are interested in this area, please feel free to contact with Thailand team present here today. If in closing, on behalf of the host organization, the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, Thailand Sci Park, and the regional Sci Parks, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the Nation Information Technology Park and Science Park Administration of Mongolia for organizing this wonderful and impressive conference. Last but not least, I warmly invite you to join us at the ASPA Annual Conference 2025 in Thailand. We're looking forward to welcome you all with great enthusiasm. Thank you very much, and see you next year in Thailand. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the conclusion of this remarkable conference, it is my honor to once again invite the Secretary General of Asian Science Park Administration, Professor Sungkok Kwong, to the stage once again. Professor Kwong, you have been a guiding force behind the success of this event, and we're really grateful for your leadership and vision. Let's all show our appreciation for Professor Sungkok Kwong.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are already at the end of this great annual conference. I believe all of you have enjoyed this annual conference entitled Role and Impact of Science Technology Parks for Regional Development. I think we had wonderful keynote speeches and session presentations. I also think this conference was well organized by National Information Technology Park of Mongolia and Science Park Administration of Mongolia. On behalf of ASPA members, I appreciate all members of National Information Technology Park of Mongolia and Science Park Administration of Mongolia, the organizer. Especially, I appreciate Ms. Joljaya, Director of National IT Park, Dr. Amansana, Director of Science Park Administration, Dr. Batotok, Chief of the Organizing Committee. I also appreciate all participating members. Yesterday, we had the ASPA Board of Directors meeting. I was re-elected as a Secretary General for the next 5 years. And I appreciate the support by the board, and I will do my best for Asian Science Park Association. Thank you. Dr. Yongchuang Wang's term as president of ASPA will expire after this annual meeting. He has served as president for the past 6 years. Yesterday, Dr. Wang was also elected as honorary president of ASPA by the board. Let's welcome Dr. Wang for his farewell speech.
Good evening, honorable and distinguished guests. In 2018, I assumed the president of ASPA, and my presidency is going to end today. We have launched and accomplished numerous leaders meeting, business matching activities, science park Innofair, and annual conference all over Asia. We created new value and provided new opportunities for the cooperation between science parks, university, and R&D institute to enhance regional prosperity. Even though we have been through the difficult pandemic time, exchanges between ASPA members have not ceased and still carry out each event with our best efforts. Therefore, I want to express my sincere gratitude for your unceasing support in completing ASPA's mission by promoting regional cooperation and development of science park in Asia. Today, I'm going to hand over my duty to new President, Mr. Young-Jip Kim, President of Gwangju Technopark in Korea. We appreciate your ongoing support and assistance to ASPA as always. In the future, I trust ASPA will expand its community in different regions and benefit more countries and people. ASPA will keep bring more opportunities and benefits to all members. Once again, thank you for your support and participation. Thank you.
Let's give a big hand again to Dr. Wang. After this annual meeting, Mr. Young-Jip Kim, who is president of Gwangju Technopark, will serve as president of Asian Science Park Association. Let's welcome Mr. Kim for his short comments.
The terms of the Secretary General, 5 years. My terms is 2 years just. Honorable ASPA members and participants of the Mongolian conference. It is a great pleasure and honor to meet you all here today in beautiful and historic city Ulaanbaatar. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations on the successful hosting of 27th Mongolian ASPA conference. I also wish to express my deep appreciation to the NITP of Mongolia and the Science Park of Mongolia for their tremendous efforts in making this conference a success. During the recent board meeting, I was appointed as the president of ASPA. From the first president, Dr. Mr. Kubo Takao, to my immediate predecessor, Mr. Dr. Young Juang Wang, I am committed to upholding the spirit and legacy of all the past presidents and will diligently fulfill my role as ASPA president. I will strive to enhance ASPA's emphasis mode. I will work to further invigorate the exchange and cooperation within ASPA. I am dedicated to realizing the vision of becoming the leading organization for knowledge industry and technological innovation in Asia region. Your participation and your cooperation are crucial. I believe that together we can create a new and shining era of ASPA. I wish you world health and good fortune. One Asia, unite ASPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kim. I hope everyone enjoy. I think we're going to have a dinner, so enjoy dinner this evening. And tomorrow we have a very good program. I think Science and IT Park tour and cultural tour. So please enjoy tomorrow's IT Park tour and cultural tour. And also I look forward to seeing all of you again next year at the 28th ASPA Annual Conference in Bangkok, which will be hosted by Thailand Science Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwan, for your inspiring closing remarks and for your leadership throughout this conference. Now, the ending of our evening is about to begin. We have the gala dinner, but as we prepare for the gala dinner, we have 10 minutes of free time. Let's use this opportunity to freshen up, network with each other, and continue the discussions sparked during the sessions. Let's see you all back in 10 minutes.